honored to have her valuable guidance association with this international conference. Now, it is my pleasure to warmly welcome our esteemed advisory board members whose academic expertise and guidance significantly strengthen the quality of this conference. Dr. Swati Nalla, Professor, Pharmacology, Reddy Pharmacy College, Hyderabad. Dr. Saumi Chakrabarti, Assistant Professor, Amity Institute of Technology, Amity University, Noida. Dr. Alok Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, RGSC, Banaras Hindu University. Dr. A. Nancy, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science and Application, SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Dr. Murigavel K., Assistant Professor, Department of Plant Pathology, School of Agricultural Sciences, Amrita Vishwavidyapitham. Dr. Praveen Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Management Studies, Marwadi University, Rajkot. Welcome you all to this conference. I would like to introduce our respected technical board members who play a vital role in ensuring the technical quality and scholarly standards of this conference. Ms. Nivedita Bharadwaj, Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, Dr. D.Y. Patil, Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research, Pune. Dr. Sakshi Reddy, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Humanities, Satyam College of Education. Ms. Vishakha Babel, Modi University of Science and Technology. Ms. Alifia Leri, Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmacognosy, Prin KM Kundani College of Pharmacy. Mr. Abhay Singh Deshmukh, Project Manager, Department of Project Management, Lamar University, USA. We greatly appreciate their valuable contribution and expert guidance. Now, we are honored to invite a few of our distinguished academic members to share brief insights and valuable thoughts with the gathering. We are also privileged to have with us Dr. Sneha Khadse, Editor-in-Chief, Publisher of SciCraft International Publication. Dr. Sneha Khadse, your vision and leadership have played a vital role in making this conference possible. We kindly invite you to address the gathering and share your thoughts with the participants. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you for invitation, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to all our respected editorial board members, advisory board members, even a distinguished speaker, researcher, academician, students and industry professional and participants joining us from different parts of India and around the world. So I'm Dr. Sneha Khadse, publisher of SciCraft International Publication, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Innovations in Science, Technology, Management and Sustainability, in short IC-MRISTS 2026. Today's conference has been organized with the vision of creating a global platform where researchers from diverse disciplines can come together to share innovative ideas, exchange knowledge, and discuss solutions to current scientific, technologically, and managerial and sustainability challenges. We strongly believe that multidisciplinary collaboration is the key to addressing the complex problems of today's world. On behalf of SciCraft International Publication, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our editorial board, advisory board, technical committee, reviewers, and all participants for your valuable supports and contribution in making this conference a success. I request all presenters to keep their presentations within the allotted 5 minutes presentation time, followed by 2 minutes of discussion and questions from our editorial boards. This will help us maintain the conference schedule and provide equal opportunity to every presenter. I would also like to request all our respected editorial board members kindly keep muted to yourself, please. So remains with us throughout the conference, actively participate in the technical sessions and engage with the presenters through constructive questions and answers and academic discussions. Your valuable insight and feedback will greatly enrich the quality of this conference and provide meaningful guidance to our researchers. So I encourage everyone to actively participate, ask questions, and engage in meaningful academic discussions throughout the conference. Once again, thank you all for joining us today. I wish every presenter the very best for their presentation and hope that this conference provides valuable learning, collaboration, and networking opportunity for everyone. So with these words, I officially welcome you all to IC-MRISTS 2026 and wish you a successful and enriching conference. Thank you. Over to you, Sajita ma'am, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your inspiring words and valuable insights. We sincerely appreciate your time, support, and association with this conference. We are also privileged to have Dr. Anita Selvaraj with us today. Dr. Anita Selvaraj, thank you for gracing this conference with your presence. We would be delighted if you could share a few words with and your valuable academic insights with the participants. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sajida ma'am. So I sincerely thank the organizers, SciCraft Hub Publication, for inviting me to serve as the honorary advisor of this conference. The theme of this conference, as you see, it is exploring groundbreaking research, innovations, and sustainability for a better tomorrow. So this reminds us that today's global challenges require innovative thinking and collaboration across disciplines. So it is a interdisciplinary conference that we are organizing today. So I congratulate all the researchers and presenters who have worked diligently to share their valuable contributions today. So special word of thanks to all the participants and a special word to all young researchers so who have given your papers for the presentations. So never stop asking questions, never stop learning, and always try to conduct research and create a positive impact on society. Even if you're young, you have a bright future when you come to platforms like this. So I welcome you all and I extend my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee. My special word of thanks to Dr. Sneha Gatse, the editor-chief of this conference and the journal that she's taking care of. So we have an international journal, monthly journal publications done. So we request all the participants to please have a collaboration with SciCraft Hub Publication for our future academic endeavors as well. So I wish IC-MRISTS 2026 every success and hope that today's deliberations inspire innovations, ideas, and lasting collaborations. So thank you all for getting on with a productive and enriching conference today. So we welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words. Now I'm honored to now we have honored to have Vishakha Babal. Dr. Vishakha Babal, thank you for gracing this conference with your presence. We would be delighted if you could share a few words and your valuable academic insights with the participants. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for providing this opportunity. Good morning to each and everyone joining the conference. It is an absolute honor and distinct pleasure to stand before you today as a member of the editorial board for IC-MRIST 2026. I am Vishakha Babal, a research scholar representing the SLES department at Modi University of Science and Technology, Lakshmangarh, Rajasthan. In the rapidly evolving academic landscape of 2026, the global challenge we face, whether environmental, technological, or socio-economic, are far too complex to be solved within traditional silos. The boundaries between disciplines are fading, and that is exactly what platform like IC-MRISTs are most vital than even before. This international conference serves as a crucial, dynamic bridge, seamlessly bringing together the brightest mind across science, technology, management, and sustainability. By uniting diverse methodologies under one umbrella, we are not just sharing data, we are fostering a truly collaborative global ecosystem capable for creating a better tomorrow. I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to SciCraft Hub International Publication. Your visionary leadership, dedication to research ethics, and unwavering commitment to high quality scholarly publications have provided us to all with this invaluable space for intellectual interaction and breakthrough innovation. It takes immense effort to orchestrate a virtual matrix of the scale, and the organizing team deserves higher praises. As a member of the editorial board, my commitment to you today goes beyond more evaluation. I look forward to actively diving into your research, engaging in rigorous academic dialogue, and offering constructive, insightful feedback to help elevate the scope and impact of your work. We are here to learn from one another, challenging existing paradigms, and refine our collective understanding. To all our presenters joining us virtually from different corners of the world, this is your stage. The insights you present today have the potential to spark the next big wave of innovation. I urge you to share your ideas with absolute confidence, embrace every question as an opportunity for growth, and leverage this incredible network for future global collaborations. Thank you all for your presence, your passion, and your intellect. I wish everyone has an incredibly inspiring, collaborative, and successful conference. Thank you very much for providing this opportunity. Thank you. Over to you, Sajita
Thank you
ma'am.
very much. Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much, Ms. Vishaka Babal, for your inspiring words and valuable insights. Now we are moving to our conference objective. The major objective of IC-MRISTS 2026 are to promote interdisciplinary research and innovation, to encourage global academic collaboration, to provide publication opportunities for researchers, to support young researchers and scholars, to discuss emerging trends in science, technology, management, and sustainability. This conference focuses on a wide range of multidisciplinary themes, including engineering and technology, computer science and artificial intelligence, management, commerce and economics, medical and pharmaceutical sciences, environmental and agricultural sciences, social sciences and humanities, law, education and policy studies, interdisciplinary emerging research areas. Now, we are honored to invite, next. Before proceeding to technical sessions, I would like to briefly explain the conference guidelines. Each presenter will allotted approximately 5 minutes for presentation. Please listen, 5 minutes, only 5 minutes for presentation. A short interaction and feedback session may follow each presentation. Participants are requested to maintain professional decorum throughout the event. Presenters should ensure smooth internet connectivity and screen sharing readiness. Selected papers may be considered for publication opportunities in journals and edited books. E-certificates will be provided to all registered participants and presenters. You can see it is displaying the order of the participants list are displaying in the chat box. Please ensure your slots. Kindly ready with your PPT. So now we shall proceed the technical paper presentation. I request all participants to be ready according to the scheduled order presented in the chat box. Let us begin with the first presentation session. The first presenter in the list is Mr. Michael N. Jaira. So please get ready. Mr. Michael N. Jaira. One more important announcement. If you are not ready in your slot, you will get the last slot. Sir, are you here? Okay. We are moving to the next participant, Sri Rahul Chutia. Sri Rahul Chutia. Once more, if you are not present in your actual slot, you will be called last as a last slot. So I think he is not present here. So we are moving to the next slot. Miss Medley D. D'Souza. Miss Medley D'Souza. Ma'am, are you there? I think she is also not available. So we are moving to next participants, Dr. Vibhu Johar.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to share my screen. The title of my research paper is Customer Well-Being Through Customer Engagement, Examining Mobile Fitness Applications Through the Lens of Self-Determination Theory. Ma'am, the presentation roadmap is, I'll be talking about the introduction, the literature review, methodology, results, discussion, and conclusion. Moving on to the introduction part. In the context of digital platform, the rapid advancements of digital technology.
Excuse me, please raise your volume.
Just a second, ma'am. Is it fine, ma'am?
Yes.
Moving on to the introduction of my research paper, the rapid advancements of digital technologies has fundamentally transformed how people manage health, access consumer services, and achieve personal objectives. Mobile applications in particular have become indispensable enablers that integrate utility and convenience across virtually every domain of our modern life. Global app market projected to cross US dollars 756 US dollars by 2027. That has been projected by a report which is Grand View Research 2026. Also, India is ranked as the second largest smartphone based digital health market to reach 11.14 billion US dollars in 2026. That has been stated by Fortune Business Insights 2026. Also, India fitness application market is growing at 8.46% annually, which has been from 2025 to 2028 projection trajectory, which was accelerated post-COVID. Also, today, fitness applications offer goal settings, tracking, and motivational support, not just workouts, positioning them as an instrument of fostering long-term physical activity adherence. Their growing prevalence has attracted increasing academic attention, although the field is still in its formative stages from the research point of view. The research gap of the study. Prior research concentrates on adoption intention and technology acceptance, with comparatively little attention to the post-adoption phase and how users continue to engage over time with these mobile applications and what this means for well-being. A considerable gap has also been found, which remains in understanding how different intensities and facets of engagement shape long-term well-being among users of digital health tools. A shortcoming which has been seen in a systematic evidence and has been underscored in this study. Customer engagement has predominantly been examined from an organizational point of view. Its connection to consumers' subjective well-being remains underexplored. A leucina expressively identified as calling for dedicated inquiry in mobile application settings. There are two main research questions that have been addressed in the research paper. Does customer engagement positively predict customer well-being? And how do these three customer engagement dimensions, which are enthusiastic participation, conscious attention, and social connection, individually relate to customer well-being in mobile fitness application contexts? This, for the theoretical base of the study, self-determination theory has been used, which posits that humans have three innate universal psychological needs. And when these needs are met, people experience optimal mental health, high quality of motivation, and enhanced well-being. And if they are neglected, motivation and psychological health suffer. We are talking about three main motivational needs, which are autonomy, which has been mapped to conscious attention in the study, competence, which has been mapped to enthusiastic participation, and relatedness, which has been mapped to social connection by the use of mobile fitness apps. There are two main constructs, customer engagement and customer well-being. Customer engagement has three main dimensions, which has been taken in the paper: enthusiastic participation, conscious attention, and social connection. And what is their relationship with customer well-being has been studied. This is a literature review table in which the findings have been summarized. Most of these scholars have talked about customer engagement scales, self-determination theory, technology design and well-being, post-adoption engagement, fitness application experiences, and self-concept and engagement. There are four hypotheses which have been verified in the study. The first main hypothesis was customer engagement exerts a direct positive influence on customer well-being. And the three sub-hypotheses were conscious attention positively influences the well-being of the customers, enthusiastic participation positively impacts the well-being of the customers, and third one, social connection positively influences customer well-being. The research methodology, quantitative cross-sectional design has been chosen in the study. The questionnaire was framed in the form of an online survey, which has been floated through social media. In the university networks, fitness community forums. Purposive sampling has been used. 428 questionnaires were circulated and 400 were retained. We used the 7-point Likert scale, and common method bias was checked by Herman single factor test, and the procedure and the software that was used was PLSM. This is the demographic profile of the respondents. This is the gender, age, and occupation. These are the results that are stated in the measurement model. We have studied the reliability and validity of all the constructs: consumer well-being, enthusiastic participation, conscious attention, and social connection. All the parameters, the loadings, Cronbach's alpha, composite reliability, and average variance extracted parameters were within the range, and therefore we came to the conclusion that the constructs had the validity and the reliability also. This is the result of H1, where customer engagement was found to positively impact consumer well-being. Beta came out to be 0.685, and which was significant, and this hypothesis was also supported. Below this, there were the loadings of different sub-dimensions of customer engagement. Enthusiastic participation was 0.889, which loaded on customer engagement. Conscious attention was 0.881, which loaded on customer engagement. And the third one, social connection, was 0.802, which were all within the range which are specified in the literature. These were the results of H1A, H1B, and H1C. All were supported in my research study. These are the two diagrams which came as an output in this PLSM. Coming to the discussion and interpreting the findings, customer engagement was significantly found to be positively associated with customer well-being. These are the practical implications for the developers and the product designers, marketers and the brand strategists, and the health practitioners and policymakers. Just moving on to the conclusion part, the study examined the relationship between customer engagement and customer well-being among fitness applications by making use of self-determination theory as the theoretical lens. Results confirm that customer experience, modeled as a second-order reflective construct, comprised of enthusiastic participation, conscious attention, and social connection, with all three engagement dimensions contributing meaningfully to the higher-order customer engagement construct. The study also advanced the field in several ways. Theoretically, it extends SDT into the mobile fitness application domain, empirically demonstrating that the three universal psychological needs corresponds to distinct behavioral engagement dimensions that collectively drive user well-being. It also responds to calls for greater post-adoption engagement research in the fitness application context and enriches our understanding of how digital engagement translates into psychological value. Methodologically, it illustrates the utility of hierarchical PLSM in modeling multidimensional engagement constructs. Practically, it equips developers, product designers, and marketers. Moving on to the limitation and future research. The study is not without limitation. It has been using a cross-sectional design, and predominantly it made use of an urban sample.
Ma'am, your allotted time is almost over. Please
Okay,
summarize your key points.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I'm open to the feedback. If,
Thank you for the presentation. Now we invite questions, comments, and feedbacks from the reviewers and participants. Reviewers, please.
Dr. Vibhu Johar,
yes, ma'am.
it was a very nice paper,
Thank you, ma'am.
very interesting because you have considered self-determination theory.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's a very, what to say, the new theory that is being much influenced in management sector. So management sector, they're using it in a very high way, and it was a very nice topic that you have gone through.
Thank you,
And I appreciate the way you have given empirical analysis and have supported your hypothesis. So very nice paper, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
My question to you is with regard to the COVID effect. So what do you think? So was COVID a catalyst to the fitness apps?
Yes,
Is
of
it
course,
fitness
ma'am. In the
apps? Yeah.
introduction also, I have mentioned that COVID has been a catalyst and it has given an impetus to the adoption of these well-being apps, which people used to use at their homes while remaining inside when they could not go out and exercise, and they could use these applications for their well-being. These applications were making them happy. They were giving them satisfaction, and the applications were used for setting their personal goals by which they could track their mental health, well-being, and happiness also.
And one more question with regard to the fitness apps. How many apps did you study? Did you get into study? And which one do you think was very much influencing the customers?
Ma'am, there was a MyFitnessPal, Apple Fitness app. Then there was a Strava Leverage app and Calm Rely app. And the most effective was the Apple Fitness app. The people were using that to the maximum level.
I think you could have included that in your paper as well, so that
Okay, ma'am. I will make contribution
the
about it.
producers also get to know and it will be helpful in the production sector as well.
Of course, ma'am.
So
I'll
very
take
nice
feedback.
presentation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the feedback, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Vivu ma'am, you have presented very well. I have a question for you. I noticed you circulated 428 questionnaires and retained 400. Could
Yes,
you
ma'am.
briefly share what specific data screening criteria or data cleaning steps led to the exclusion of those 28 responses?
Ma'am, some of the respondents had given very vague responses which could not match what we expected, and it was clear that they had not studied the questionnaire, so they were deleted. And
Okay.
so respondents who had in the first questions they were alert, and later on they just got deviated from their answering, that could be judged out from the questionnaire. So we screened out each questionnaire, and we put a lot of attention to that also.
And why you choose 428 questionnaires only?
Ma'am, actually, we got the data for 428 were only the total responses that we got. And from that, the main which were valid were 400. The questionnaire was floated in the year 2025 June, and we ended in January.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Vibhu Johar. You presented very well.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Next, I'm going to invite the next presenter, Mr. Najmul Khader Keikobat.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I am, do you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. So I am sharing my slides. Thank you, everybody. Respected editorial team, moderator, and my respected researcher also. I am Nazmul Kadir Kaikobat, PhD research scholar, Guru Kashi University, Punjab, and we developed this paper with my supervisor, Dr. Konaljit Kaur, associate professor, and dean also, Fine and Performing Arts, Guru Kashi University, Punjab. My main title is Jamdania's Intangible Cultural Heritage, Exploring its Genesis, Evolution, and Adaptation in Contemporary Fashion. This is related to actually your heading, sustainability. And my introduction is Jamdani, why Jamdanis matter. Jamdani is the one of the Bangladesh's most celebrated traditional weaving traditions, and it is deeply rooted in the muslin heritage of Bengal, and it embodies artistic excellence, cultural identity, and historical continuity, and it is recognized by UNESCO as intangible cultural heritage, and as well as the GI of this region. And background of my research, mainly my research, PhD research also in the Jamdani and its diversification in fashion. So that's why this fabric is most important part for my research. So this is why it is contemporary for this area, this country, flourishing during the Mughal period. Its historical period is from Mughal period. And another thing is survival, colonial, industrial decline, that means British period, and face industrial competition and changing market. Also, because of this fabric takes times 1 month, that means 30 days, minimum 30 days for producing. It's totally handmade, and natural, and its fiber is natural. Footy carpus is make the uh, textile, and I want to find new opportunities through sustainable fashion and heritage awareness. And my research, I find some research problem, limited integration of heritage preservation, cultural sustainability, fashion adaptation, and contemporary relevance. My aim is examine the historical genesis of Jamdani, analyze its evolution as intangible cultural heritage, explore adaptation with contemporary fashion, investigate links among heritage preservation, cultural sustainability, and innovation. And last one, identify future challenges and opportunities. Significance of the study: academic contribution, cultural heritage studies, textile history, fashion studies, and sustainable research. And practical contribution is support policymakers, informs designers, benefits artisans communities, promote sustainable heritage preservation. Literature review. I do three types of literature review here: historical and heritage foundation, artisan community, and cultural sustainable, and lastly fashion adaptation and research gap. Mainly research gap is emphasize historical significance, heritage recognition, and highest market expansion and product diversification. That means haute couture fashion. Let's explore is artisan perspective, integration of sustainability and innovation, balancing authenticity with adaptation. And I made a theoretical framework. 3 point I together. This perspective explain Jamdani's transformation into contemporary cultural and economic asset. Number one, intangible cultural heritage. Number two, cultural sustainability. And number three, fashion adaptation. And this is my conceptual framework. Conceptual framework, I made 5 point I link here: historical genesis, heritage preservation, cultural sustainability, fashion adaptation, and sustainable future for our green world. And my research methodology is my literature review. I collect the data from Scopus, Web Science, Google Scholars, JSTOR, and UNESCO documents. And method is systematic literature review and thematic analysis. And my literature search process is identification. First I identify 185 research paper, and screening 92, and I take 44 from this, and 44 is my research source. Fashion adaptation findings is theme 3. My findings is explanation beyond traditional sarees, integration into contemporary apparel and life products, growing market opportunities. Innovation must preserve cultural authenticity. Major challenges is industrial consumption, declaration participations of young generation, limited market access, risk of cultural authenticity, and addressing these challenges require collaboration effort from the government, communities, designers, and global stakeholders to ensure that Jamdani thrives, preserving its heritage while building a sustainable future. And discussion is the balancing here. Long-term sustainability depends on the balancing heritage preservation, community reliance, economic valuability, cultural sustainable, and create innovation and fashion adaptation. Practically, implementation is strengthen artisan support programs, promote integrational knowledge transfer, improve fair market access, economical sustainable fashion collaboration, integrate heritage into cultural development practice. And conclusion is my key takeaway is Jamdani is a living cultural heritage practice, and heritage recognition alone is insufficient. So in future of Jamdani lines in collection commitment where tradition meets opportunity and heritage inspires a sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous tomorrow for our it's also meet the sustainable development goal set in UN Charter. That means weaving heritage, empowering people, sustainable the future. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for
This
your
question and
presentation,
discussion.
sir. Thank you for your presentation, sir. I now invite a question, comments, and feedback from the reviewers and participants. Reviewers?
The presentations look extremely sharp, but as researchers, we look forward for the human analytical element behind the data. Can you elaborate on how you personally interpreted the smart PLS or statistical data result beyond what the automated slides text presents?
Ma'am, this is fully literature review based research. Because of this is the historical research. That's why I take data from the different types of journal, PhD research, and textbook, and also from the museums. We have a cultural museum here where preserve the heritage handloom, like the Swadeshi movement, the independent of India, and this subcontinent from the British emperor. So that is the main fabric. Fabric is the key point is in Swadeshi movement. The Gandhiji make the take the initiative for the movement, Swadeshi movement. So that is the our traditional handloom. And in Bangladesh, one of the traditional handloom is Jamdan, which come from the muslin. The silk route of ancient time. In the Silk Route, our Jamdani is exported to Europe, and European court princes wear the dresses, make their dresses from this finest fabric muslin. And muslin is the evolution of Jamdani.
Have you visited any cultural museum? Have you visited any cultural museum to?
Yes. I visited museum, our National Museum, and another is our heritage museums here in Sonargaon. Mainly, it's this textile produced in one area in Bangladesh, that is Sonargaon near Dhaka, so the capital city of Bangladesh.
Okay. Actually, your presentation is nice. Which tool you have used to prepare the PPT?
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Which tool you have used to prepare the PPT, sir?
I prepared the PPT, the help assistance of Photoshop and Illustrator.
Sorry?
Photoshop and Illustrator.
Okay.
I use the two software. And in my PhD, I make the fashion collection also, diversified fashion for Western gown, evening gown, which is hot couture fashion, and I use their CLO 3D also. Any question, ma'am?
Thank you, Vishakha ma'am.
No more
I
questions from
invite.
my side.
Okay, ma'am.
No more questions from my side, ma'am. Thank you so
Okay, ma'am.
much, Najmul Qadir, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks again, the editorial board, to give me the opportunities to present our papers with my respected supervisor, Dr. Kanwal Jitwar, as Associate Professor and Dean, Fine and Performing Arts, Guru Kashi University, Punjab. Thank you all. Thank you all participants.
Najmal sir, please wait. I invite Dr. Murugavel to ask questions.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Murugavel. Okay, I think he is not available here. I invite Dr. Poonam Khurana for ask the questions. Ma'am, please.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Actually, I have joined late, so I couldn't listen to the presentation properly. So just one query in between because I have joined. So I wanted to ask Najmul, which years you have collected the collection of research papers, because it is secondary database, right? So
Yes.
from Scopus and Web of Science. So what is the time
Yes.
range that you have covered?
Time range, I covered the 2000, 2002, 2004, and
Sorry?
5 also, 2000
Okay.
to 2025, the recent
So
article.
range of 25 years, year
Yes,
2000 to
25 years.
2025. Okay.
Yes,
And how many
and
papers?
also, and I said earlier that 185 I read the
Okay.
articles, and there I
Mm-hmm.
studying 58 articles
Okay,
I
okay, got
collect
it.
from the
Got it. Okay.
data,
Thank you. Thank you so much.
and from 24 I am doing the research on it, because of my PhD is the Jamdani traditional weaving and its genesis and diversification in fashion. Because of this is a shari, but in international, if I want to enter in the international market, so I have to produce international silhouette, international dress, and also the
Thank you.
Paris.
Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, Nadir.
Thank you, Panama. Now I may invite the presenter, Miss Kushi, to kindly unmute and share the screen and begin the presentation. Miss Kushi. Okay, I'm going to the next presenter, Ms. Sangeeta Barawa. Ma'am, please unmute and share the screen. Ms. Sangeeta Barawa. Sangeeta ma'am, she is present in the list. Okay, moving to the next participant, Mr. Nived KS.
Yeah, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Is my screen is visible, ma'am? Hello?
Yes, it is visible. You may go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. So I'm Nived KS and I'm from Vidya College of Engineering. So I'm going to present the paper named Fuel Quantity Analyzer. So basically, it was
Excuse me,
my
sir.
minor
Sir,
project in
please
electronic.
share your screen, full screen.
Oh, okay, okay, ma'am. Okay, now is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. So my co-author is Silla EJ, and this project was guided by Mr. Anil M, assistant professor in Department of Electronics and Communication in Vidya Engineering College. So this is the basic overview. So I'm going to present the topics as introduction, objectives and motivation, literature review, methodology, hardware components, simulation and results, conclusion, future work, and references. So this is the introduction part. So basically, the quantity analyzer measures and monitors the amount of fuel entering a tank in real time, and yeah, we actually utilizes flow and ultrasonic sensors for the precise measurement, and also the actual fuel flowing and the total capacity can be monitored through the LCD and the Bluetooth enabled mobile app. So yeah. So these are the main objectives. So we actually develop an accurate and efficient fuel measurement system to automatically to automate the tracking to minimize the human error, and also monitoring through it Bluetooth communication from our mobile app, and it also improve the accountability and the reduce fuel theft or misuse. So this is the motivation that I actually made this project. So traditional manual fuel measurement methods are actually unreliable, and digital automation increases the operational transparency and also integrating IoT concepts with the model fuel management systems. So this is the actually we had done approximately 10 papers, but I'm only including the important paper. So first paper was actually automated open source fuel monitoring for aircraft using Arduino-based system, and the second one was actually low cost and real-time fuel quantity monitoring using sensors and wireless communication. So this is the system methodology. So we will be using flow and ultrasonic sensors, and the controller will be Arduino Uno. The output section will be displayed by using LCD display and serial Bluetooth app. Yeah, the simulation is actually done by using Arduino IDE and Proteus. So this is the system block diagram. So where we will be giving the fuel to the flow sensor, where the flow sensor will be having an remote rotor, where will be the rotor will be rotating such that this rotation will be converted into electrical pulse through the program that we are actually programming in Arduino Uno. So from that, the we will be getting the uh, what the what fuel entering to the tank, and the ultrasonic sensor will be monitoring the echo such that we will be getting the total capacity or the fuel that is in the tank. Yeah, and these things can be monitored by using an LCD screen and also and Bluetooth serial. So these are the hardware components. So yeah, Arduino Uno for sensor, ultrasonic sensor, Bluetooth module HC05, and 60 by 2 LCD display. So this is the simulation setup. So simulated in Protest with Arduino sensors and Bluetooth, verified sensor output and real-time Bluetooth transmission, tested LCD updates and remote smartphone display. So these are the results and observation. Accurate real-time monitoring of fuel inflow and tank level, stable Bluetooth communication with mobile devices, and also clear LCD display updates for TE. TE means total ended fuel, and TF means tank fill percentage. So this is my conclusion. So system ensures an accurate real-time fuel monitoring system and also combines sensors and wireless communication efficiently, reduces manual intervention and enhances transparency. So these are the future scopes that me and my team is planning to do. So we can actually create an cloud. We can actually transfer this thing into cloud, and we can monitor and also uh, uh, inside the analytics. And we are actually using Bluetooth serial apps, so we are not having a dedicated mobile app for this, and we can also integrate this with a machine learning for anomaly detection and also solar powered and energy. We can also contribute in this project to us for solar powered and energy efficient upgrades. So yeah, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nived KS. Now I
Yes, ma'am.
invite the question, comments, and feedback from reviewers.
Okay, ma'am.
Nived, congratulations. It was a very nice project. It's a very
Thank you.
interesting one. I hope my question to you is, are you trying to have a patenting for this product that you have invented? So it is more like an innovation that you have done. So if you're trying to do it, please approach SciCraft Hub publication, because Sneha ma'am is a part of this patenting things. So she knows how to do it. So congratulations. Your
Thank you, ma'am.
project is really good, very good. My question to you is, did you try it at home or in your college or somewhere? Are you using it as a product somewhere?
No, ma'am. Actually, we had implemented this for our. Actually, I'm having minors in electronics and communication. So currently, I had completed my BTech in artificial intelligence and machine learning. So this project was actually for my minors in electronics and communication. So I had implemented this as a college project.
Okay. Congratulations for your future endeavors. My appreciation to Silla also, your co-mate.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now I invite Dr. Murugavel for asking questions. Sir, please.
Yes, ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Nived, it is really a good presentation, and it is very useful one for the quality checking of fuels. And my question is about why you had preferred ultrasonic sensors than other sensors. What is the importance of ultrasonic sensors than others?
So I have a limitations of knowledge in electronics. So when I researched about the sensor for measurement of the capacity, I thought ultrasonic would be better, because ultrasonic will be releasing sound which will be reflected from the fuel surface, and it will be again going through the sensor. So we will be calculating the distance from that by the formula of velocity of sound into time by 2 for the finding the total capacity, not total capacity, the fuel capacity that is it is holding. So that's why I used ultrasonic sensor.
Okay, okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Thank you, dear participant. I may invite the next participant, Miss Tripti Srivastava.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Tripti, ma'am.
Ma'am, I'm going to share my PPT.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tripti Srivastava, currently pursuing PhD in biotechnology at Shulini University, Himachal Pradesh. So I'm here to give my presentation on the topic entitled Environmental Water as a Reservoir of Antibiotic-Resistant Bacteria, Isolation and Phenotypic Characterization of Diverse Microbial Isolates. So freshwater sources are important for drinking and domestic use. And the water bodies usually serve as reservoirs of antibiotic-resistant bacteria. These antibiotic-resistant bacteria in these water sources are important for public health. As traditional water bodies are widely used by locals in many hilly regions of India for drinking and household purposes. So this present study was conducted using those water samples collected from 6 different traditional bodies located in the Solan district of Himachal Pradesh. Objectives and methodology. Objectives of this study was isolation of antibiotic-resistant bacteria, ARB, their phenotypic characterization and evaluation of virulence potential, and thereafter screening for industrially important enzymes. Methodology included that water samples were first collected in sterile glass water bottles from different parts of the Solan district, and they were brought to the lab and stored at 4 degrees centigrade. Thereafter, these samples were centrifuged, and the supernatant water sample was kept at 4 degrees centigrade for further analysis. The antibiotics used in this particular study were ampicillin, chloramphenicol, kanamycin, gentamicin, ciprofloxacin, tetracycline, and rifampicin. Each water sample that was collected was spread on these different antibiotic supplemented nutrient agar media. These plates were incubated for 24 hours at 30 degrees centigrade, and after bacterial colony growth, CFU per ml of each sample was calculated. Thereafter, purification was done. The incubating conditions were same, 30 degrees centigrade for 24 hours. The results were compiled, and thereafter characterization of all bacterial isolates was done, which are temperature and pH optimization, biochemical assays, followed by virulence assay, and qualitative and quantitative enzyme assays. These are the 6 sampling locations from which I have collected my samples. So after spreading, the key finding included that there were 48 different antibiotic-resistant bacterial isolates that were recovered from these 6 sources. In this, Dhillon and Jatoli sampling sites showed maximum number of these antibiotic-resistant bacterial isolates. This heat map shows that ampicillin and chloramphenicol resistant isolates were predominant at 2 particular sampling sites. Now, isolation and growth characteristics of ARB isolates. These 3 plates are the representative plates which are showing antibiotic-resistant bacterial growth. First one is the antibiotic plates after spreading. This shows the colony growth.
Please mute. Excuse me, other participants, please mute.
The second plate is the purified. The second plate is the purified isolate, and this one is the third one is the control plate. It has no antibiotic. So thereafter we did the temperature and pH optimization, which showed that in temperature optimization, most of the bacterial isolates exhibit strong growth at 25 degrees centigrade, whereas no isolate grew at 45 degrees centigrade. Similarly, in pH optimization, maximum isolates showed optimum growth at alkaline pH, which was 9 to 10, whereas at pH 5, there was no growth observed. This is the bar graph of biochemical characterization. This showed that citrate utilization was the most common biochemical trait, showing positive results in 40 out of 48 isolates, followed by motility assay. Oxidase, catalase, and urease activities were also detected in several isolates. And gram reaction test in this, mostly like about 96% of the population was gram negative, and only 4% were gram positive isolates. This slide shows virulence assay. We observed that only 8% isolates were virulent, like 4 isolates out of the 48. These 3 plates are the representative growth pattern showing. The NEG1 plate, which shows the colored bacterial growth, and DHA4 plate, which shows white colony growth. These plates are representative of avirulent bacterial colony growth, whereas the NEG2 plate shows clear blue colony formation that refers to its virulent nature. This is qualitative enzyme screening. These plates are showing representative growth pattern of positive results in all the isolates tested for enzyme cellulase, amylase, lipase, protease, and L-glutaminase. So results showed that out of 48, 6 were cellulase and amylase positive, 18 were lipase positive, and 28 were L-glutaminase positive assay. In the test tubes showing L-glutaminase assay, the JAC5 test tubes, which is showing pink color, shows positive L-glutaminase assay. This slide shows quantitative enzyme production by selected antimicrobial resistant bacteria. The key finding that we got from this test was that protease exhibited the highest intracellular and extracellular activities. L-glutaminase showed substantial extracellular activities. Amylase demonstrated moderate enzyme production, whereas cellulase and lipase activities were comparatively lower. So conclusion included that 48 antibiotic-resistant bacterial isolates were recovered from 6 traditional freshwater bodies. Most of them was gram-negative. Low prevalence of virulence traits was observed, like 4 were virulent out of 48 that we recovered. And there was significant biochemical diversity observed, and there were multiple enzyme-producing isolates were also there. Future work will include molecular characterization of the isolated antibiotic-resistant bacteria, and thereafter antibiotic resistance gene screening can also be done. These are some of the references. That would be all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation. Now I am inviting the reviewers for the question. Dr. Poonam, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Sajita.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so Tripti, first of all, I must congratulate you for such a wonderful research. Especially, we need these days such kind of environmental researches, right? So my only one question is, like, if as a researcher or as a manager, what are the business solutions with your research? Like, what kind of solutions you can propose to businesses or common people through your research? Practical implications, I mean to say.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, actually, my study will provide baseline information regarding the presence of these antibiotic-resistant bacteria that we recovered from these particular freshwater sources, which are being used for drinking and household purposes by the locals. So, actually, these findings do not directly show that there is an immediate health risk, but the study can be communicated to the authorities, and jointly the authorities and communities may recognize the importance of water quality monitoring, and they can encourage different type of water treatment practices before consuming these for drinking purposes. That might be the solution.
Correct. Very nice. Thank you so much. No more questions from my side.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Tirupati Srivastava, it's really a good presentation on the environmental water as a reservoir of antibiotic resistant bacteria. And why did you use the only nutrient agar for isolating the bacteria? Why did you go for the use of any specific media for the isolation process?
Sir, because we were willing to isolate whatever antibiotic resistant bacteria we could get. We were not focusing on a particular species of bacteria. Therefore, we supplemented the antibiotic in the nutrient agar media itself, and then we spread the water samples on that, because we were not focusing on particular bacteria. We wanted to get whatever microbial colony that grew on in the presence of a particular antibiotic.
Okay, okay, good. And next one more question is, why did you perform the virulence assay in order to find any human pathogen or whatever the case? Why do you prefer the virulent assay?
Sir, actually, we were focusing on only environmental bacteria, not any human pathogen. It's just we were trying to find out what can be their potential pathogenicity. So that was the reason we included this virulence assay in the test.
Okay. And one more final question. And I think you have isolated more than 90 bacteria, right? And among, I mean, sorry, 90% of the
The
bacteria
48.
belongs, okay. Among them, 96% of the bacteria belongs to gram negative, I think so, right?
Yes,
On the
yes, sir.
morphological basis, can you able to identify what are all the bacteria that you got on
Uh,
morphological basis? Can you able to identify?
uh, Sir, pardon, I could not understand the question.
No. I mean, you said that most of 90% of the bacteria is gram negative bacteria, and based on the morphological characters, did you identify any bacteria? Name of the bacteria?
No, sir, that would be the part of my next objective, in
Oh,
which I will be isolating the DNA, and then I will be sending it for sequencing. From there, we can do the microbial identification.
okay, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
In
Thank
scripting, it is refreshing to see such an authentic empirical study on the environment. Since environmental challenge can vary drastically based on geography, do you think your findings are specific to the region you collected the data, or they can be generalized globally to other developing regions?
Uh, well, ma'am, in my opinion, the data that I got from these freshwater bodies, that might be to some extent uh, universal for the similar kind of uh, environment. I cannot say for sure that it will be exactly applicable in every area, but I think it is somewhat applicable to the similar uh, hilly regions where these kind of freshwater resources are used for daily use.
Okay, that's nice. No more question from my side. Thank you so much, Tripti.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Vishaka ma'am. Thank you, Tripti ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Before the next participant, an announcement. The participants kindly complete your presentation within the time slot allowed to you. And another one, you please visible while asking questions. Okay, thank you. Next participant, Mr. Pankaj Kumar. So please unmute and share the screen.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning to all.
Good morning, sir.
I am sharing my slide. Ma'am, can you see my slides?
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
May I get help from your technical team? I have already shared my slides on WhatsApp. Hello.
Yes, sir.
May I get help from your technical team? I have already shared my PPT presentation on WhatsApp.
Sir, then you can continue after the next participant.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I will need the
Okay,
help
sir.
of your technical team, ma'am, please.
Okay, sir.
No, thank you.
Now I invite next participant, Mrs. Fatima Nasri. Next participant, Mrs. Fatima Nasri. Presently, she is unavailable. So moving to the next participant, Miss Kumari Sweetie. Okay, Kumari Sweetie is not presenting. So moving to the next participant, Mr. Sankalp Mohan Srivastava. Mr. Sankalp Mohan Srivastava. Sorry to say you, he is also not in the list. So moving to the next participant, Miss Alka Devi.
Yeah, hi, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Okay, ma'am, you please continue. Ma'am, kindly
Yes.
make it fast.
Yeah, ma'am. Yes. मैम पीपीटी स्क्रीन पे शो हो रही है?
Pardon, ma'am?
मैम पीपीटी स्क्रीन पे शो हो रही है आपको?
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Alka. I am PhD scholar, Department of Fashion Designing, Devbhoomi Uttarakhand University. My guide, Dr. Monica Nagy, Assistant Professor, Department of Fashion Designing.
Excuse me, ma'am, your PPT is not visible.
Okay.
Welcome, ma'am. Your PPT is not visible.
Ma'am, technical issue शायद.
Actually, don't use the option stop sharing.
Okay.
Yeah, you are using that option. Avoid that, please. Yeah, it's visible now.
Now it's,
Oh,
now
okay,
it's
ma'am.
visible.
Okay.
Full screen,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Ma'am.
Full screen. Kindly share it full screen.
Okay.
Ma'am, okay, you present.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Alka, PhD scholar, Department of Fashion Designing, Devbhoomi, Uttarakhand University. My guide is Dr. Monica Nagy, Assistant Professor, Department of Fashion Designing. My title, Sustainable Fashion Innovation Using Banana Fabric, a review of eco-friendly surface techniques Indo-Western apparel. The fashion industry create pollution, waste of a significant of chemical impact. Sustainable fashion promote eco-friendly material, curricular products of zero wasted design. Banana fiber, biodegradable, renewable, made from banana plants, reduce focus into Western apparel mix of India traditional Western style techniques, patchwork, waste-free design, use fabric painting, eco-friendly artist, embroidery processing, heritage, craft adds garments, identify. Banana fiber shows strong for sustainable fashion, but it face challenges, scalability, fiber processing, consumer awareness. Introduction. Fashion industry pollution, chemical mass production, UNEP 2023, textile, high carbon, chemical, fresh water using need of sustainability, natural fiber, renewable, biodegradable, flower chemicals, banana fiber, extra from PCDO of system convert waste into Western textile, heritage using India, Japan, Japanese rope mats, curtain garments वगैरह, modern river heritage sustainability, GNG demands of eco-friendly organic fashion, gap जैसे machine studies, less form focus apparel designing, Indo-Western fashion platform for innovation, zero wastage. Raw material banana fiber, PCDO system supported thread dyeing accessories, patchwork fabric, painting, embroidery, chemical testing, device testing, strength, stability, moisturizer, observations, chemical of traditional fiber, cotton line, finding, providing strong chemicals. approach, quality, review literature, case study, experimental data, reasons, sustainability, ecological culture, social sciences, demanded literature review, properties, applications, benefits, chemical of cottons of polyesters, case studies, apparel, accessories, show experimental machine testing strength, stability, stability observations, innovation, social analysis, textile strength high, compatible cotton line high, suitable for apparel uses, observations excellent, good, lines good, observations, innovation, water, comfort. Water using very low, high, modern resources difference, social eco, support user limited, promotes, design application, patchwork painting, weaves embroidery, creative sustainable. Banana fabric, zero wastage, embroidery, patchwork and painting. Sustainable indirections of banana fiber, reduce waste, converts water, minimum chemical use, converts agriculture, reduce into textile material, support curricular, economy, social economy, environmental fiber, culture rival, traditional techniques, patchwork painting, embroidery, Indo-Western dress. Policy global elements support in these consumer awareness challenges. Strength of biodegradable low water is minimum chemical sustainable elements of textile, social innovation, environmental, create innovation of women, artists of culture, of highlights applications of future part of machines of innovation, dining, blending fiber and designing, artists of collection, vision of banana fiber techniques, innovation collection, so is data-lized, realized innovation, ethics, fashion, ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you,
Viewers,
ma'am.
please ask the question.
Yeah, ma'am. Hello.
Ms. Vishakha Babu.
Yes, ma'am.
Please ask the question.
Yeah, I have Alka ma'am. Your presentation was nice. I have some questions regarding your research paper.
Yes, ma'am.
First one is you have mentioned that you have used case study in your research paper, but I haven't seen in the PPT. Could you please clarify which case study you have included in the research paper?
मैम एक्चुअली रिसर्च बेस माय गाइड डॉक्टर मोनिका नेगी एक्चुअली पीपीटी में वो हेल्प नहीं कर पाई हैं, इसलिए मैं थोड़ा मेरे फर्स्ट है, मैंने अभी कोई कॉन्फ्रेंस किया भी नहीं है, तो एक्चुअली थोड़ा सा नर्वसिंग फील हो रहा है मेरे को. तो
इट्स ओके मैम, वी कैन अंडरस्टैंड. कोई बात नहीं, आपने पीपीटी में इंक्लूड नहीं किया है, आपने अपने रिसर्च पेपर में इंक्लूड किया होगा ना.
मोनिका मैम ने पूरा मेरे को रिसर्च पेपर मेरा को पूरा हेल्प किया है. उनकी गाइडलाइन से ही मैंने प्रॉपर उनकी गाइडलाइन से मैंने प्रॉपर अपना जो एब्स्ट्रैक्ट वगैरह वो सब.
इट्स ओके मैम, आप वो केस स्टडी जो है आपने यूज की है, मैं वो जानना चाहूंगी बस.
या मैम मेरा बनाना फैब्रिक पर मैम वर्क चल रहा है. सो उसमें बनाना फैब्रिक पर देन पेंटिंग एंड एम्ब्रॉयडरी एंड पैच वर्क, मेरा पूरा टेस्टिंग उसमें मैंने किया है अपना. और
केस स्टडी कौन सी यूज की है मैम आपने?
Ma'am, case studies. I'm sorry.
इट्स ओके मैम। दूसरा मेरा क्वेश्चन ये था कि आपने मेंशन किया है कि ये बनाना फैब्रिक जो है वो सस्टेनेबिलिटी डेवलपमेंटल गोल्स जो हैं, सस्टेनेबिलिटी डेवलपमेंट गोल्स जो हैं यूनाइटेड नेशंस की तरफ से, उसमें बहुत हेल्पफुल है। हाउ इट्स कंट्रीब्यूटिंग टू एसडीजी, किस तरीके से कंट्रीब्यूट?
यस मैम, एक्चुअली मैम हम जो ये है विदाउट केमिकल वगैरह, केमिकल फ्री है मैम ये, और इसमें पूरा मतलब पूरा ऑर्गेनिक मैम इसमें है, ये पूरा ऑर्गेनिक है और हार्मफुल है, मतलब छोटा बेबी यूजफुल छोटे बेबीज एंड मतलब ओल्ड एज वगैरह यूज, मतलब कंफर्टेबल फैब्रिक।
Okay, thank you ma'am. That's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I invite Dr. Anita Selvaraj for asking question? Anita, ma'am. I may move to another reviewer, Dr. Poonam. Ma'am, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah, Alka, I have the similar question in line with what recently Vishakha ma'am has asked. Like every research starts with a research question or research objective, and then we follow some research design to fulfill that process. So what is your research objective for your research? What is your main objective? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Ma'am, wait. My research source survey. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, my जो फर्स्ट ऑब्जेक्टिव माई सर्वे, बनाना फैब्रिक सर्वे किया है जो मैम मैंने
No, that is the process. Survey that you have done to achieve your objective.
हाँ मैम, अचीव, यस मैम, मैंने फर्स्ट ऑब्जेक्टिव अचीव कर लिया, यस। So yeah, Kerala is banana fabric is most popular city is Kerala fabric, Kerala banana fabric. So 90% is banana fabric, then 10% cotton blend. So because 100% banana fabric not available Kerala, then Delhi not available 20% banana fabric, then 80% cotton blend.
Okay, Alka, let me interrupt you. This is just a suggestion to you because you are a like upcoming researcher and you are starting with your research. First, you need to be clear about your topic and why you want to make a research upon. What you want to achieve through your research, that should be clear, and then further process can be started, right? So research objective, you may frame as like how your research is going to contribute something or find out something, right? So
Yeah,
that
ma'am.
was my question. That's okay. Thank you. You may proceed. Yeah, Sujata ma'am. Sajita ma'am, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Poonam ma'am. Thank you, welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Pankaj Kumar, are you ready for the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. I am ready.
Okay, sir.
Good morning to all. As earlier, I was not able to share my slides. So again, I will request the technical team kindly share the slides.
You are not able to show your slides, sir? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. Now, my slides are visible on the screen, ma'am.
It's visible.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So, my name is Pankaj Kumar, research scholar under the supervision of Dr. Vandana Thomas from Department of Fine Arts, Swami Vivekananda Subhash University, Meerut. My title is Regional Influences and Realist Narratives in the Art of Vikas Bhattacharya, a Kolkata-based artist. Next slide, please. Next slide. Sir, Next slide, please. Yes, introduction. Modern Indian art has evolved through the integration of regional cultural context with broader contemporary visual languages. Within this trajectory, realist painting has remained a critical mode for representing social conditions, lived experiences, and psychological depth. Regional identity plays a central role in shaping artistic expression, particularly in post-colonial Indian visual culture, where locally becomes a framework for meaning making. Vikas Bhattacharya is recognized for constructing realist visual narratives grounded in Bengali socio-cultural environments while engaging with universal human concerns. His practice reflects a sustained engagement with everyday life, collective memory, and urban transformation, positioned within a contemporary realist discourse. This study situates his work within the intersection of regional influence and realist representation in modern Indian art. Next slide, please. Research background and context. The development of modern Indian art is closely linked to shifting socio-political conditions, particularly the transition from colonial to post-colonial visual culture. Early modern movements, including the Bengal School, emphasized indigenous identity and cultural revival, laying the foundation for later regional expression in art. Post-independence Indian art witnessed diversification and where artists moved beyond nationalist aesthetics towards individual, regional, and experimental frameworks. Realism emerged as a significant mode for articulating in contemporary social realities after blending observation with interpretive symbolism. In this context, regional environments such as Bengal become important sites for visual storytelling, influencing subject matter, composition, and thematic focus. The practice of Vikas Bhattacharya aligns with this trajectory, where local cultural references are reconfigured into contemporary realist narratives. His work reflects continuity with modern Indian art traditions, with simultaneously expanding the expressive scope of realism in globalized visual culture. Next slide, please. Research problem and rationale. Despite extensive scholarship on modern Indian art, there is limited and focused academic analysis on the role of regional culture in shaping the realist narrative strategies of individual contemporary artists. The work of Vikas Bhattacharya has discussed broadly within contemporary Indian realism, but lacks a synthetic study of its regional Bengali culture structure. A key gap exists in understanding how localized cultural experiences are transformed into structured visual narratives within his realist practice. Existing literature often treats realism either as a stylistic category or socio-political commentary, without fully addressing in regional psychological dimensions. The study addresses the intentions of regional cultural identity with realist visual language, contemporary narrative construction in painting. The rationale lies in expanding discourse of Indian realism by positioning regional experiences as a primary analytical framework rather than a secondary contextual factor. The study contributes to more nuanced understanding to how contemporary Indian artists negotiate locally and universality through visual form. Next slide, please. Research objective. To critically examine the influence of regional cultural coexistence in the shaping the visual language of Vikas Bhattacharya. To identify and analyze the thematic concerns in his artwork, including socio-relationships and human interaction, psychological and emotional conditions, urban experience, and contemporary life identify construction and subjectivity. To investigate how realist painting functions as a narrative device for expressing lived experience and cultural memories. To analyze the role of symbolism, composition, and figurative realism in constructing layered visual meaning. To explore the relationship between regional accessibility.
Sir, kindly speed up your presentation, sir.
Okay, next slide, please. Methodology. The study adopts qualitative research design focusing on interpreting analysis of visual artwork within their socio-cultural coexistence. Selected works of Vikas Bhattacharya are analyzed as case studies to identify a recurring thematic of stylistic patterns. The study integrates formal analysis and thematic interpretation to understand how meaning is produced through visual language. Next slide, please. Regional culture and Bengali influences. The culture landscape of Bengal has historically played a significant role in shaping artistic sensibilities within modern Indian art discourse. The artist practice of Vikas Bhattacharya reflects a sustained engagement with Bengali socio-cultural realities, particularly through representation of ordinary life and lived escapes. Bengali cultural identity functions not as a decorative element but as a structural framework of meaning making in his realist compositions. This regional grounding contribution to the subjective and emotional depth of his realist visual language. Next slide, please. Artistic style and realism. Major themes in Bhattacharya's work. The artistic practice of Vikas Bhattacharya is characterized by engagement with his socio-political.
Conclude your presentation promptly. Kindly conclude your presentation promptly.
Please go to the last slide. Yes, last one, Durga Devi. Yes, 12. Conclusion. The study of Vikas Bhattacharya demonstrates the regional cultural concept, particularly the social cultural environment of Bengal, functions as a fundamental aspecting force in his artistic practice rather than a peripheral influences. His realist approach extends beyond mere visual presentation, operating instead a layered interpretive framework that integrates observation, emotional depth, and symbolic meaning. The analysis shows that his work are consistently engaged with themes of identity, urban experience, interpersonal relationships, and psychological states, reflecting both individual and collective dimensions of human experience. That's all. Thank you. There are few references.
Thank you, Pankaj Verma. Thank you, Mr. Pankaj Verma. Now I invite the reviewers for the questioning.
Yes, ma'am, please. मैम मैं हिंदी में बात करूंगा प्लीज.
या श्योर सर, नॉट एन इशू. डॉक्टर पंकज वर्मा, आपकी स्लाइड बहुत अच्छी थी. आपने एक कैनवास यूज किया है आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन में, जिसका टाइटल है डोल इन द लेन. तो डोल इन द लैन जो टाइटल है उसका थीम क्या है उस कैनवास का?
एक सेकेंड मैम.
श्योर.
मैम आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं?
यस सर, यू आर ऑडिबल. सुन पा रहे हैं आप?
डॉल इन द लेन मैम ये बहुत ही प्रख्यात सीरीज है विकास भट्टाचार्य की, जिसमें एक छोटी सी गुड़िया को जो है न केवल एक ऑब्जेक्ट के तौर पर उसमें इस्तेमाल किया गया, क्योंकि मेटाफर के तौर पर यूज किया है. किस जो बंगाल में जो उस समय जितने भी हिंसाएं हो रही थी, और इसके प्रति जो एक कलाकार की संवेदना होती है, उस संवेदना को उन्होंने डायरेक्टली ना दिखा करके डॉल को एक मेटाफर के तौर पे यूज हुए कि कैसे जो बच्चे हैं कैसे सहमे हुए हैं, और गलियां जो एकदम सुनसान पड़ी हुई थी, लोग अपने घरों से निकल नहीं रहे थे, लेकिन उसमें भी लोगों की ज़रूरतें हैं जिसको पूरी करने के लिए कहीं न कहीं लोगों को छिप करके किसी तरह से अपने कार्यों का निष्पादन करना होता था। जी मैम। मैम आपकी आवाज़ नहीं आ रही है मेरे पे।
सर दूसरा जो है आपने अपनी जो पीपीटी है उसमें यूज किया है कि आपने विकास भट्टाचार्य के कुछ सेलेक्टेड वर्क्स हैं जिनको
हाँ
एज
जी।
ए केस स्टडी यूज किया है, तो मैं
जी
जानना चाहूंगी कि कौन से सेलेक्टेड वर्क्स हैं विकास भट्टाचार्य के जो आपने यूज किए हैं, क्योंकि वो आपकी स्लाइड में मैंने देखे नहीं है, जितने भी
मैम
स्लाइड्स
ये
मैंने
मैम
देखी हैं।
क्योंकि लिमिटेशन था इसीलिए मैंने बहुत कम इमेज डाले हैं। जैसे आप उनकी बहुत फेमस पेंटिंग है टू ब्रदर्स करके है, तो वो उस
जी
समय जैसे एक ही परिवार के दो भाइयों की उसमें उन्होंने स्टोरी को पेंट किया है, जिसमें एक भाई जो है समय के साथ उसकी सोर्स ऑफ इनकम बहुत ज़्यादा रहती है, दूसरे भाई के पास सोर्स ऑफ इनकम बहुत कम रहती है, और तो उस समय के बाद दोनों एक ही घर में रहते हैं लेकिन बीच में एक दीवार को दिखाया गया है, और उस दीवार के थ्रू जो है ये दर्शाने का प्रयास किया गया। एक तरफ आप देखेंगे लाइट, सारे कलर्स जो है लाइट टोन में यूज किए गए हैं।
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vishaka ma'am. I invite Dr. Poonam ma'am for
या
asking this.
मैम, काइंडली प्रोसीड।
Okay, ma'am.
सॉरी मैम वो डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया था, आप मुझे सुन पा रही
इट्स ओके सर, ओवर टू यू पूनम मैम।
हैं? डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया था,
ओके
सॉरी
ओके,
मैम।
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू सो मच। पंकज जी, बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग टॉपिक है आपकी रिसर्च का, एंड एक्चुअली इट इज वेरी फैसिनेटिंग। बस एक
जी
क्यूरोसिटी थी दैट आई वांटेड टू आस्क, ये
जी
रिसर्च करने से पहले आपने रिव्यू किया होगा लिटरेचर का, क्योंकि
जी जी
दैट इज
मैम,
द बैकबोन फॉर आवर रिसर्च।
बिल्कुल
तो
बिल्कुल।
क्या रिसर्च गैप मिला आपको जिसके बेसिस पर आपने ये रिसर्च किया? व्हाट इज द गैप, रिसर्च गैप?
जी
क्योंकि
मैम, इन पे जो है
हम्म,
जी मैम बोलिए, आप बोलिए।
हाँ, क्योंकि जो मैं आपकी बैकग्राउंड देख रही थी आपकी स्लाइड में, जहाँ पे आपने बैकग्राउंड बताया, जो प्रीवियस
हम्म,
रिसर्चेज आपने मेंशन की, उसमें लास्ट
जी
लेटेस्ट रिसर्च थी 2007 की, उसके बाद की कोई
जी
रिसर्च नहीं थी। सो इट्स
जी
2026 नाउ। सो आपने वो गैप
जी
कैसे एस्टेब्लिश किया? क्योंकि आपने लेटेस्ट रिसर्च 2007 की ऐड की है, उसके बाद कोई रिसर्चेज ऐड नहीं की हैं। सो इसका
मैम।
क्या रीजन है और क्या गैप है? जी।
जी मैम मैं बताता हूँ। मैम एक तो जो आर्टिस्ट हमारे जो हैं वो
हम्म
2006 में इनका देहांत हो जाता है, तो इन पे
हम्म
बहुत सारे आर्टिकल्स 2006 में निकलते हैं,
हम्म।
और एक दो लेखक लिखते भी हैं। मानसी मजूमदार का एक बुक भी आता है इनके ऊपर, क्लोज टू
जी
इवेंट,
जी जी
विकास भट्टाचार्य।
जी जी।
तो लेकिन सभी में जो है जो नजरिया है देखने का उनके काम का जो है एक रियलिस्ट पेंटर के तौर पे है, लेकिन उसमें रीजनल कंटेंट्स बहुत सारे आए हैं विकास भट्टाचार्य के कार्यों में।
हम्म।
उनको फोकस करके बहुत ज्यादा कार्य नहीं हुआ।
नहीं तो
जैसे
किसी तरह का भी कार्य हो, बट मतलब 2007 से लेकर 2027 6 तक आप कह सकते हैं उन पर कोई आर्टिकल, उस पर रिलेटेड कोई रिसर्च नहीं हुई, कोई बैकग्राउंड
नहीं
नहीं है।
निकली है मैम,
हाँ,
निकली
बट
है
एज
मैम,
ए
लेकिन उनका
रिसर्चर,
प्रयोग उनका,
हाँ,
हाँ उनका
एज ए
प्रयोग मेरे।
रिसर्चर हमें न्यूट्रल
जी
होकर वी हैव टू इंक्लूड दोज रिसर्चेज एज वेल, है ना?
हाँ जी मैम, मैं क्योंकि
क्योंकि
इसमें लिमिटेशन से तो बहुत कम रेफरेंसेस
हाँ,
यूज
क्योंकि
किया
उससे
है
क्या
मैंने।
है, बाकी रिसर्च अच्छी है आपकी, बट आपका बैकग्राउंड जो है वो स्ट्रॉन्ग फील नहीं होता है, क्योंकि वो अपडेटेड नहीं लगता है, बिकॉज इट इज नॉट इंक्लूडिंग लास्ट 15 years रिसर्चेज, 20 years रिसर्चेज। सो दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि आप उनको इंक्लूड करें और अकॉर्डिंगली अपना बैकग्राउंड थोड़ा और स्ट्रॉन्ग करें, ज्यादा
सॉरी
हेल्पफुल
मैम, मैं
रहेगा
नेक्स्ट टाइम
आपकी
इसका
रिसर्च
जरूर
के लिए।
ध्यान रखूंगा।
दैट्स ऑल।
मैं अभी सीख रहा हूँ, आप लोग
हाँ
ऐसे
हाँ, बिल्कुल, ये
सजेशन
मेरा
देते हैं तो
सजेशन
बहुत
है।
अच्छा लगता है मैम।
हाँ, नहीं नहीं, दिस इज
थैंक
ओनली माय सजेशन कि इससे आपकी
यू।
रिसर्च जो है वो ज्यादा एम्पावर्ड होगी, ज्यादा ऑथेंटिक होगी, एंड ज्यादा यूजफुल होगी। ठीक है?
बहुत बहुत
दैट्स
धन्यवाद
ऑल,
मैम।
दैट्स ऑल। थैंक यू
ठीक है,
सजिता
थैंक
मैम।
Thank you, Dr. Poonam ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Pankaj Verma, for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving us a chance.
Okay. Now I invite next participant, Mrs. Neeru Sharma.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Good afternoon, all. I am Neeru, a research scholar of Department of Commerce.
Ma'am, your presentation slide is not visible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, now, ma'am. Visible?
It's not visible, ma'am.
Second.
Neeru, ma'am, kindly make it
Yes.
fast.
Yes, ma'am. Visible, ma'am.
No, it's not visible.
एक मिनट 1 second. Slide, ma'am. Slide.
Neeru, ma'am, if you feel any difficulty, please share your PPT to SciCraft Hub technical team.
Okay, ma'am. Some technical
Okay. Now
issue.
it is visible. Okay.
Okay. Now visible, ma'am?
Visible, but full screen, ma'am.
Okay.
From beginning, ma'am.
Yes.
Kindly start your presentation.
Full screen.
Sorry, ma'am. There is a technical issue in full screen.
Okay, now you start.
Yeah. Okay. My topic is a study on the preferences of a women toward the branded and non-branded gold jewelry. And gold is both an ornament and an investment asset in India. Gold are preferred by the women's, especially in weddings and festivals.
Kindly increase your volume.
Okay. Branded jewelry is rising due to the certifications and the trust. My research objective is to study buying preferences of a women's toward the gold jewelry. Second objective is compare the branded and non-branded jewelry preferences. And the third is identify the factor influencing the purchase decisions. I use the methodology descriptive research designs. The sample size in my study is hundreds women's investors from Haryana. And this convenience sampling is used. Data collected through the structures questionnaires and use the SPSS, mainly chi-squares, regressions, and PCA. The preference distribution saw the 40% women are prefer non-branded jewelry, while the 60% women prefer the branded jewelry. And the factor that influencing the purchase decisions, first the trust is the most preferable decisions, most preferable factors that women's influence for buying a branded jewelry. And the second factor is quality, third is designs, and then price, and the last is a brand image. Here the factor analysis result show the satisfied Cronbach alpha and KMO test. There are three major extracted explain the 62% variance. First is a quality and brand trust. Second is economic considerations, and third is emotional designs preferences. The key findings are the 60% respondent prefer the branded jewelries, and the trust qualities are the main determinants that make the decisions of the women to buy branded jewelry. Income significantly influence the preference of the buying the branded jewelry. Non-branded jewelry remain the preference for the affordability. Now the suggestions is branded jewelers should reduce the making charges. Morely, branded jewelry has a more making charges. Non-branded jewelers should adopt the hallmark certifications and increase awareness regarding the gold purity. Introduce more innovative suggestions. Mainly conclusion is branded and non-branded remain the relevance. Branded jewelry leads in trust and qualities. Non-branded jewelry remains strong in affordables and customizations in Haryana. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Neeru Sharma. I kindly invite to editorial board to ask questions to the presenters. In editorial board members, please.
Yes.
Neeru ma'am, I have some questions related to your PPT. Very first question is that you haven't mentioned the area of Haryana which you have studied for your research paper. Kindly let me know those regions of Haryana which you have studied.
Mainly, I choose reasons on the basis of the divisions. Mainly, Chandigarh belt, Sirsa, Nirvana, and the Cathars, Panchkula, Ambala.
Why you choose these reasons?
Ma'am, these reasons are convenient for me, as I continue my PhD from Sirsa, and my residence in a Cathal. So this belt is for convenient for me.
Okay. And one more question from my side. When I go through your slides, I don't come to new aspects of the research. I'm curious to know, kindly describe what new you have discovered through your research, new aspects which you have discovered.
Ma'am, according to study, more women are preferred to buy the branded jewelry. But in Haryana, there are minimums branded, mainly Tanishq and PC jewelers. So there is more opportunities for opening the malls of the branded jewelries.
Okay, one suggestion from my side.
Yes.
Somewhere I think that you are lagging behind something is missing in your research. It's not up to the mark. I think you should make it more perfect. You should include much more. So many things are there you can include in your research paper because it seems incomplete.
Ma'am,
It's just a suggestion. It's all upon you.
yes, ma'am. This is a part of
That's all from my side.
I'm one
Thank you so much.
ma'am. Okay.
Over to you, Poonam ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Vishaka ma'am. So, Alka, I have again questions totally in line with Vishaka ma'am. So, just let me know, are you a scholar at that university? And is it your PhD research that you're doing?
Yes, ma'am. I am a scholar.
Okay, okay. Then one strong suggestion to you is answer cannot be only convenience. Because the cities you have selected, the state you have selected, it is coming from your convenience. That is not the right answer for any research, especially for your PhD research. It should bring out some solutions to some problems, right? And we cannot make it just as our convenience. No research paper, no journal is going to accept the research which says as it was convenient to us, that's why we have made a research. Then what is the impact of our research, right? So as a scholar, you need to make an impactful research. You need to justify your sampling, how it is suitable, how this group is suitable for your research. Then that research is going to be selected for presentation as well as publication because it has some impact, right? So you need to justify the convenience sampling you have used. Why convenience you have used? Why cannot you use other methods of sampling, right? In the same way, you have not like mentioned about the standard scale that you have used because you have conducted a survey. So you must have used a research questionnaire, right? So
Yes,
what
ma'am.
is that questionnaire? Where is it? Right. So you need to mention, have you used any standard scale? Have you adapted it? So these are the suggestions that you need to incorporate because you are just starting with your PhD. So these are the basic things that you need to understand as a researcher. So get guidance from your PhD guide. And I think you need to redo your work, or maybe you are doing, so you need to just correct it and present it, right? For now, it is okay. But for further research, you need to take care of all these things, right?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Poonam ma'am. Thank you, Neeru ma'am. May I invite the next presenter for the presentation, Mr. Mani Vinnar Kumar.
Yes, ma'am. I am available.
Okay, sir. You please proceed.
जी ma'am. I am sharing my video. It is visible, ma'am.
Yes, sir, but full screen, please.
Top keys on the screen showing, ma'am.
Yes, it's showing, but you convert into slideshow mode. Please press F5, sir. F5.
Sorry, 1 second, please. Not working, ma'am.
Okay. You please continue.
Hello. Good afternoon to everyone. I am a research scholar at GKU. It is audible, ma'am.
Audible, sir.
Audible.
ठीक है मैम. I am a research scholar at GKU Talwandi Sabo, and I am presenting my PPT or search work on 2 days very big problem, that is wastewater from different type of industries. So how to overcome these type of problems, that I am doing a work on absorptive removal of synthetic dyes from wastewater using activated biomass derived absorbents. And this research is going under the supervision of my honorable supervisor, Dr. Sunita Rani, working as a professor in GKU, Talwandi Sabo. So, what are the second slide showing it, that is global water crisis hai, industrial affluence hai. So, most of the textile, paper, pharma industries or pour millions of tons of effluents every day in the water and creating a big problem, toxifying it. So, how to overcome these the flaws? What are the previous methods are using? Coagulation, membrane separation, and advanced oxidation. That all high operating setups are sludge formation. These are the current running methods. Conventional treatment, which are very high cost, complex setup, and what not too much result oriented. So, what are the sustainable alternatives? We are working on that type. For this, I have done a literature review. As you are showing, I am showing it here. Raj in 2021. She used biomass sources of Maninkara, that is Chiku, especially, and working on Congo red dye. That is another Reddy and his friends in 2025. Servaran and 2019, which agriculture based is the most useful material by them. Singh and Dave and all types are here. What are the critical research gaps I found in these mm, uh, researchers? That is the optimum conditions to give pH, what type of precise pH and temperature for maximum absorption of different type of dyes or toxic materials, and other functional groups. What type of functional groups can show maximum absorption, and how we can reuse such type of adsorbents at multiple cycles, and scalability and laboratory scales batches. Mm, Next है, what are the we get physiochemical profile for activated biomass. We use the combination of paddy straw, that is a very big problem in the north of India. What lot of paddy straw is burnt, causing pollution in the environment. To overcome this, we use 50% paddy straw with rice with rice flask as to make the bioadsorbent. So very good results are I am showing it here. Okay, it increased the surface area to 512, pore volume 0.68, and average pore diameter 5.32 nanometer. pH of adsorption is, that is almost, it works on the neutral level. This is very big thing. Next, what are the good points in this for the removal of these type of synthetic, especially the I am working on Congo dye, which is in the north area, especially in the part of the Ludhiana, where that is the textile hub, and mm, polluting the water at a very big level. So these are the good points. Kate, maximum absorption done at pH 5. Optimum dose 1 gram when we use the adsorbent, 1 gram per liter, and its contact time is 120 minutes. So it is for especially for Congo red dye hai. So when we go for results and we result mechanism, what type of adsorption, so that is it is a correlation coefficient is undergoing Langmuir isotherm and pseudo order pseudo second order kinetics ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ follow ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ. It means it is a homogeneous monolayer and chemi-absorption driven adsorption है. Summary on going to the summary and environmental impact. It is very sustainable adsorbent development from the biomass. It overcomes the problem of burning the paddy straw and other agriculture material. We make a biochar and activating it with an activator that is mostly I am using at here phosphoric acid, and it 94.8% remove the removal efficiency as. So this is all about here. Thank you. Now welcome to for your questions and discussion here.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. I kindly invite the editors to asking questions. Dr. Murugavel, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Sir, actually, this is a nice presentation for utilizing the biomass for the removal of synthetic dyes, sir. And what type of biomass that you had used, sir, for this experiment?
We are using paddy straw by mixing with rice husk, okay, and little bit putting wood in it.
Okay. And what type of dyes that you had used? Only a Congo red, or you have tested with some other dyes?
Sir, I am specifically going with Congo red dye.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Vishaka, ma'am. Okay.
No question from my side, madam.
Okay, ma'am. Dr. Poonam, ma'am, have you any questions?
Yeah, just a suggestion, no questions. First of all, although like this research is good to go, so better if you can add your literature from 21 to 26 also, because you have added till 2021. So if you can make it to 21 to 25, it will strengthen your research. Second, you must always include references at the end of your presentation. So references I could not see. Yeah, that's all from my side. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Poonam, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Mani Vinnar Kumar.
Ji, ma'am. Thank you.
I may call the next participant, Miss Nishita Paik.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
My teammate Ogniva Doctor will be presenting our paper today.
Sorry, ma'am, you are not audible.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, please increase your volume.
Am I audible right now?
Yes, yes.
My teammate Ogniva Doctor will be presenting our paper today.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible? Yes. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm just sharing my screen. Is my presentation visible, ma'am? Hello?
It's not visible, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
It's not visible. Yeah, now it's.
So good morning, everyone. I am Agniva Datta. I'm currently pursuing MBA from Future Institute of Engineering and Management.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Nishita, ma'am. A slide is there on your slide. Kindly remove that. It's of Zoom meetings view.
Okay, ma'am. Is it okay now, ma'am?
Yeah, it's fine now.
Yeah. So I am Agniva Datta. I'm currently pursuing MBA from Future Institute of Engineering and Management. I'll be presenting our review paper on digital transformation and AI in human resource practices and analytical review. It is also co-authored by Nishita Pai. So, digital transformation has changed human resource management. Today, technologies like AI, machine learning, cloud computing, and HR analytics has helped the organization to automate its HR practices and make it faster, data-driven decision making, and especially it help HR in hybrid workplaces. Our study has mainly three objectives. First, to understand AI's role in HR functions. Secondly, to study real life company examples. And third, to evaluate the benefits and the challenges of AI adoption. Previous studies shows that AI has improved recruitment, performance management, and onboarding from making these
Excuse
processes
me, ma'am.
faster.
Excuse me, ma'am. Your
Yes,
voice
ma'am.
is not clear.
Yeah. Can you repeat, ma'am?
No, you proceed. Some disturbance is coming from there.
Yeah, physical noise is there.
I guess you're not using earphones, so I think it will be
Ma'am,
better.
I am using earphone, but
Okay.
I don't know.
Still, it's disturbance.
Oh. Can I continue, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Yes. Uh, Previous literatures or studies shows that AI has improved recruitment, performance management, and onboarding by making these processes faster, more efficient, and data driven. The research also highlights that AI supports learning and development, employee engagement, workforce planning, helping organization to improve the productivity and the employee satisfaction. This our research is a qualitative review study based on secondary data collection from Google Scholar, Science Direct, and various industry reports focusing mainly on Indian organization. And as of the research gap, most previous studies focused on individual HR functions like recruitment or onboarding, but our study provides an integrated review of AI application across multiple HR functions using real life case studies. So, AI has widely used in recruitment, onboarding, and performance management. For example, IBM uses it for their recruitment process, Wipro for digital onboarding, and Microsoft Viva provides AI-driven performance insights. Similarly, Accenture uses AI for their personalized employee learning platforms. TCS improves employee engagement through AI, and Unilever applies AI for workforce planning and talent management. AI improves the efficiency and supports better decision making, enhance the employee experience, and reduces the cost burden on the organization, and also help the organization to manage its hybrid and remote work forces effectively. Despite these benefits, organizations also face various challenges, like data privacy is one of the most problem which which the organization face. The another are algorithm biases, employee resistance, and ethical concern. Therefore, human judgment in this arena remains very essential. Our findings shows that AI has significantly transformed HR by improving recruitment, employee engagement, workforce management, and the overall efficiency of the organization. To conclude, AI is transforming HR into a strategic and technology-driven function. But however, organization must adopt AI responsibly by ensuring the fairness, transparency, and data security while combining it with human expertise. Thank you for the attention. We would happy to answer your question.
Thank you, Agniva Datta, ma'am. I
Yes, ma'am.
kindly invite to the editorial board to ask questions to the presenter.
May I ask?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah,
please.
yeah, yeah. Okay, Agnipa, very interesting topic and very modern. And I also belong to HR, so that is something very close to my heart. Good topic and good case studies you have included.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. But my one question, or you can say concern is like you have mentioned about multiple companies are using AI for like HR practices and so many things and benefits of AI. But how have you come to that conclusion? Because as a researcher, you need to present us with some demonstration with your analysis that how can you conclude that how AI is going to benefit. So basically, the research part is missing. So I'm much more interested in your research. What have you done? On what basis you can conclude? What is the research design that you have used? And what are the tools that you have used to analyze your data? So if you can show me that part.
Ma'am, actually, as it is a review paper, so we have mainly focused on literature review. And
yeah, for review also you can use certain softwares, I guess. So what kind of software you have used? How have you analyzed review of literature? Like there should be some scientific method, na? हाँ, तो वो कैसे किया आपने?
यस मैम सॉफ्टवेयर में हम लोगों ने यूज़ किया जोरेटो और एस्टा विच आर रेफरेंसेस मैनेजमेंट टूल and for review papers we have used Google Scholar and Science Direct websites and various
So why
other
didn't you present your analysis part in your PPT? Like directly if you're coming to results and discussion, so what has been the method to reach to that results? I think that should also be a part of your PPT.
Okay, ma'am.
Or have I missed it?
Sure.
It was there?
No, ma'am. We will
Okay, so it's a
definitely try to
suggestion. You should
conclude.
always like
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, come
Sure,
up
ma'am.
with what have you done because we are more interested in your research. What companies are doing, that is good. But what have you done on the basis of your finding, your how have you reached to that finding? That is important, right? Okay, okay. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Dr. Poonam. I invite Ms. Vishakha Babal for asking questions.
Ma'am, your presentation was good, but somewhere remedies were missing. You have written about the challenges, but don't mention about the remedies, their solution. So it's just a suggestion from my side that you should incorporate those too.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Akmiva Datta.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Calling the next participant, Miss Mariam Nadida.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I'll share my screen right now.
Okay, please.
Okay. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mariam Nadida. I am currently pursuing my BSc Clinical Psychology Honors from Yenapaya School of Allied Health Sciences in Karnataka. So today I will be presenting a narrative review examining the impact of childhood bullying on life satisfaction among adolescents and adults. This review explores both the negative consequences of bullying and the factors that help individuals maintain well-being despite these experiences. Childhood bullying can be defined as a widespread social and public health concern that affects the emotional, social, and psychological development of young people. Bullying can occur in various forms such as physical, verbal, relational, and cyber forms, which can negatively influence well-being. Whereas life satisfaction, it reflects an individual's overall evaluation of their quality of life and serves as an important indicator of psychological health. And understanding this relationship helps identify long-term consequences and informs prevention and intervention strategies. These experiences influence how individuals evaluate their lives, their relationships, and their overall well-being. So the objective of my study, it aimed to understand how childhood bullying affects life satisfaction across adolescence and adulthood, while also exploring the role of protective factors and contextual influences that may shape this relationship. This review not only investigates whether bullying affects life satisfaction, but also examines why some individuals cope better than others and which factors contribute to resilience. The review synthesized evidence from multiple countries and populations to identify consistent patterns in the relationship between bullying and life satisfaction. 20 peer-reviewed studies published between 2010 and 2020 and 2025 were included in this review. The relevant studies were sourced through PubMed, Scopus, Science Direct, and Web of Science. So these are some of the notable reviews of literature. These studies collectively demonstrate that bullying has both immediate and long-term consequences. However, research remains fragmented across age groups, making a comprehensive review necessary. Most of these studies have focused on anxiety, depression, and psychological distress rather than individuals' overall life satisfaction. There has also been limited research that synthesized findings across both adolescence and adulthood. So this review integrates evidence from multiple age groups to understand how the long-term relationship between bullying and life satisfaction. So the major findings the review has identified is the most consistent finding across the literature was that bullying is associated with lower life satisfaction. This relationship remained evident regardless of age group or any type of bullying. The individuals who experienced bullying reported significantly lower levels of life satisfaction than other non-victimized individuals. The victims also frequently experienced anxiety, depression, loneliness, and social withdrawals. And among these individuals, the bully victims demonstrated the poorest psychological outcomes and the lowest level of life satisfactions. Among the traditional bullying and cyberbullying, similar patterns were observed. The major findings also included protective factors that buffered these negative outcomes. Some of the factors included strong family support, which was associated with better psychological well-being and higher life satisfaction. Some studies also report teacher support that reduced the negative impact of bullying among adolescents. Another factor was positive parent-child relationships that promoted resilience and emotional adjustment. And meaning in life and resilience helped individuals cope with the effects of victimization. So to reiterate and conclude my study, the findings suggest that bullying should not be viewed as a temporary childhood experience. Instead, it represents a long-term risk factor for psychological well-being that requires early intervention and support. The literature highlights the importance of creating a supportive environment in schools and families. Future research should continue examining long-term outcomes and effective intervention strategies. And some of the limitations of this review also includes that as a narrative review, it did not include any formal quality assessments of the studies. So the findings should be interpreted as a synthesis rather than a quantitative estimate. It also included only English language peer-reviewed studies that has been published from 2010 to 2025. And these are my references that I've used in the narrative review. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mariam Nadida, for your presentation. Now I invite the editors for asking questions. Please.
Yes, Mariam. Yeah. It's a very good topic, and especially in modern society, we need to do lots of researches on this, and it is very relevant in modern times. And I don't have any questions. It is a good to go research. I must appreciate the kind of work that you are doing.
Thank you,
Congratulations and all the best.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
It's amazing, Mariam. Quite appreciable. I don't have any question. Best wishes. It's
Thank you.
amazing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Mariam, and thank you, editors. Next, I'm inviting the next participant, Ms. Ilham.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Okay, I'll share my screen now.
Okay.
Okay, is my screen visible?
No, ma'am.
Now?
No, yeah, it's visible now.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ilham, a student of BC Clinical Psychology from Department of Clinical Psychology at Yenapaya School of Allied Health Sciences, Mangalore, Karnataka. Today, I'll be presenting my narrative review titled Impact of Internet Addiction on Sleep Quality Among Students. This review synthesizes the recent evidence on how excessive internet use influences different dimensions of sleep among students and highlights the implications for student well-being. Now, internet use has become an essential part of students' life, not only for learning, but also for communication, entertainment, and social interaction. While these technologies offer significant benefits, excessive and uncontrolled use has led to growing concerns about internet addiction. At the same time, poor sleep quality has become increasingly common among students and is known to affect learning, memory, emotional regulation, and overall well being. Although many individual studies have examined this relationship, their findings remain dispersed across different populations and settings. Therefore, this narrative review was conducted to synthesize the available evidence and provide a comprehensive understanding of how internet addiction influences sleep quality among students. A systematic search strategy was conducted using PubMed and Web of Science with combination of keywords, mesh terms, and Boolean operators. Initially, 103 studies were identified, and after applying predefined inclusion and exclusion criteria and removing duplicates, 30 studies during the past 10 years from 2016 to 2026 were included for this narrative synthesis. Some of the major findings that we see is that there are three major findings or consistent patterns that emerge. First is that greater intensity, frequency, and duration of internet use were associated with poor sleep quality, particularly among students who used internet for more than 4 hours daily or especially during late night hours. Secondly, the purpose of internet use was an important determinant. Recreational activities such as social media, gaming, and streaming demonstrated a much stronger association with poor sleep than academic internet use. Lastly, internet addiction adversely affected multiple dimensions of sleep quality. The most consistently reported outcomes included prolonged sleep latency, reduced sleep duration, increased sleep disturbances, and impaired daytime functioning. Together, these findings demonstrate that both the quantity and the nature of internet use influence students' sleep health. The reviewed evidence suggests that the relationship between internet addiction and sleep quality is explained through multiple interacting systems. Excessive screen exposure, particularly during the night, delays the bedtime and exposes students to blue light, which suppresses melatonin secretion and disrupts the circadian rhythm. Simultaneously, interactive online activities such as gaming, social networking, and watching entertainment videos create cognitive and emotional stimulation, which makes it more difficult to disengage and initiate sleep. These behavioral and physiological processes ultimately contribute to delayed sleep onset, poor overall sleep quality, and impaired daytime functioning, which may negatively impact the academic performance and psychological well being. In conclusion, while the association is robust across the literature, the current evidence should be interpreted cautiously because most of these available studies employed cross-sectional research designs, relied on self-report measures of both internet use and sleep quality, making it difficult to establish the causality. In addition, there were variations in assessment tools and limited consideration for confounding factors such as stress, anxiety, physical activity, dietary habits, which may have influenced these reported associations. These limitations highlight the need for stronger methodological approaches in future research. So future research should therefore move beyond these cross-sectional studies by adopting longitudinal designs that can better clarify the temporal relationship between intent addiction and sleep disturbances. Greater use of objective measures, such as for sleep, it could be actigraphy and polysomnography, along with investigation of psychosocial mechanisms and intervention-based studies would provide more comprehensive understanding of this relationship. From a practical perspective, these findings suggest that addressing student sleep problems requires more than simply reducing the screen time. Educational institutions should promote digital wellness, healthy bedtime technology habits, and sleep hygiene through evidence-based student support programs. Such preventive strategies may help not only improve the sleep quality, but also students' academic performance, emotional well-being, and overall quality of life. These are my references. I would like to conclude with this thought. Healthy digital habits are not merely a lifestyle choice. They are an essential component of sleep health and well-being in today's world. Thank you very much. I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ilham, for your state-of-the-art presentation. It's very good. Now I'm inviting the editors for asking questions.
Yeah, globally relevant topic and a very good research. Congratulations and all the very best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Poonam ma'am. Vishaka ma'am.
Ilham, it's a wonderful research topic. It's quite appreciable. I have a question. You have included a flowchart that highlights nighttime internet use and emotionally stimulating content lead to behavioral arousal and poor sleep quality. Based on this mechanism, what do you think is the most effective point of intervention for student, reducing overall screening time or focusing especially on changing nighttime habits?
So, like we already know that there are digital wellness, well-being programs, phones in our tablets. These, especially when it is used by educational institution for academic use, they can be regulated by the college or school. And they put a time limit that the device may not be used for recreational, gaming, streaming purposes after, like during the bedtime, like after 9:30 or after 10. So that would be a useful intervention.
Thank you so much. It's amazing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Now I invite next participant, Miss Aishat Naushib.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, now I'll share my screen. Can you see my slides, ma'am?
Yes.
It's visible, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, all. My name is Aishat Naushib, and I'm a clinical psychology honor student at Yanapaya University, Mangalore, Karnataka. So today I'm presenting a narrative review on effectiveness of virtual reality exposure therapy in treating phobias among adults. So imagine being asked to stand in a airport or like airport with a severe fear of flying, and also if you have a dental fear and you are asked to sit in a dental chair when just the sound of the drill triggers panic. So almost anxiety disorders affect approximately 300 million people worldwide. So traditional exposure therapy works, but it has real barriers. It is costly, time consuming, and also it has difficult to access. So many fear situations like flying and driving phobias are difficult, or it is hard to recreate safely, and many people find direct real world confrontation too distressing to even start. So this is where virtual reality exposure therapy offers a way through a controlled, repeatable environment where an individual can face their fear without real world risk. So I reviewed 12 studies published between 2016 and 2025, focusing on adult aged between 18 to 64, diagnosed with a specific phobia or related anxiety disorders. And I included a range of study designs from randomized controlled trials to pilot studies and feasibility studies. Because this field is relatively still young, there are very rare larger RCT trials. Together, these studies covered approximately 6 types of phobias around 7 different countries. So what stand out wasn't any single study, but it was actually the consistency across each table in this literature review. So each row had different types of phobia, but each row showed the same result, that is virtual reality exposure therapy reduced anxiety. The findings that I found most compelling was the finding related to dental phobia, where participants or patients showed a reduction in anxiety, and also they actually went and booked to follow up dental appointments. And this from this findings we can say that this is not scored from a self report, it is actually a real world behavioral change. So similarly, driving phobia also improved with the measurable change and dropout in heart rate, and also public speaking anxiety also reduced with uh, better eye contact and also pacing. The So the pattern holds same regardless of what kind of phobia is. And one of the most strongest findings or the study in this review was done by OSCO with 2025. So he compared 3 groups: VR group, traditional exposure therapy groups, and controlled relaxation control group. So in this three group, the active treatment outperformed the relaxation control group. And also they also compared virtual reality exposure therapy directly against the traditional exposure therapy, and they found that there was no significant symptom reduction. So I want to be clear here that that is not a disappointing result, because the trial wasn't trying to prove VR is better. So it was testing whether the VR is good enough, and it passed. And another finding was related to the dropout rate, as you can see in the graph. It shows that traditional exposure therapy group, around 38% of the people dropped out the treatment before completing the treatment, and in virtual reality exposure therapy it was around 60%, which shows that virtual reality exposure therapy works, and also significantly more patients actually stayed and completed the treatment. So in real clinical settings, a therapy that actually people completes matters just as a therapy that works in a theory. So the limitations, I want to be upfront about the limitations. So the studies reviewed in this paper had sample size across 12 to 184 participants, which is very limited. And also most of the studies were pilot studies or pilot study, and there were no larger confirmatory trials. And regarding the follow-up, most follow-up was mostly 6 months or less than that. So the long-term durability still remains unclear. And even the strongest study in this review was underperformed because COVID-19 disrupted the recruitment. The findings was promising, but it is not still definitive. To conclude, virtual reality exposure therapy is a very effective and well accepted approach for treating phobias and social anxiety disorders in adults. It matches gold standard therapy while lowering the cost and dropout, and also it requires less therapist involvement compared to traditional exposure therapy. So for future scope, larger samples and longer follow-up periods are next step for this field. Thank you, and I'm happy to hear questions.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Now invite the editors for asking questions. Vishaka, ma'am.
Great presentation, ma'am. The phobias you covered, such as height, spider, dental phobia, driving phobia, and public speaking, which are quite distinct from one another. Did you select these specific 5 based on their high prevalence in society, or was there any other specific selection criteria for your research?
Thank you, ma'am.
Am I audible? Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Aishat Naushim.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. So the types were not selected individually, ma'am. They were the condition represented in the studies that met my inclusion criteria when I searched for the literature. So I include the studies between 2016 and 25 that investigated the virtual effectiveness of virtual reality exposure therapy. So I included the studies that eligibly covered the fear of heights, spiders, phobias, and anxiety, different kinds of anxiety disorders. So while some of these conditions are common in the population, so the selection was based on the eligibility criteria and the available evidence rather than the preference alone.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think the phobia of lizard is also most common. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Aishat Naushim. Thank you, Vishaka ma'am. Next, I may call the next presenter, Ms. Karthika Murali. Ms. Karthika Murali.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay.
You are audible, madam. Kindly proceed.
I'm sharing my screen. Just a second. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Karthika Murli, and BSc Clinical Psychology Honors student from Yenapoya School of Allied Health Science. My topic is impact of internet addiction on suicidality among adolescents and young adults. It's a narrative review, and I'm conducting this study because the accessibility and use of the internet have increased rapidly in modern society, particularly after the COVID-19 pandemic, when digital platforms became essential for education, communication, work, and entertainment. Excessive internet use may contribute to social isolation, sleep disturbances, emotional difficulties, and reduced coping abilities, which can increase vulnerability to suicidal ideation, especially among adolescents and young adults. Suicidal behavior includes a range of experiences such as suicidal thoughts, developing suicide plans, displaying warning signs, engaging in self harm, or attempting suicide. The population in this study is adolescents and young adults, which is in the age range of 25 years according to WHO. So my aim of this study is to understand the impact of internet addiction on suicidality among adolescents and young adults. I have three objectives, which are to understand how internet addiction is linked to suicidal thoughts and behaviors in adolescents and young adults. Second one is to identify how internet addiction influences various aspects of adolescents and young adults lives and contributes to psychological distress that may manifest in self-harm or suicidal thoughts. The last one is to explore how being overly dependent on the internet affects mental health, leading to things like self-harm and suicidal thoughts. This is an flowchart of how many studies I have took, which all journals I have, sites I have gone through, and at last I have included 13 studies, which is in the age range of 2020 to 2025. I took it from 2020 because I am looking into the studies which is conducted after COVID-19 pandemic. So now we are moving to find the relationship between internet addiction, suicidal thoughts, and behaviors. Depression and anxiety often act as bridges between internet addiction and suicidal ideation, while internet addiction itself may not directly cause suicidal behavior, it often coexists with other mental health struggles that together create a dangerous emotional environment for young people. Protective factors such as social support, particularly online support, can reduce the negative impact of mobile and internet addiction. And impulsivity, aggression, and even psychotic like experiences were found to worsen the connection between internet addiction and suicidal behavior. Next is the influence of internet addiction on psychological distress, self-harm, and suicidal ideation among adolescents and young adults. The internet, while offering vulnerable opportunities for connection and learning, also exposes young people to a distorted view of reality. Cyberbullying, harmful content, and unrealistic social comparisons, or all of which can fuel feeling of inadequacy, loneliness, and despair. Some of the online habits like playing games, chatting, shopping, gambling, and spending too much time on social media seem to make the risk worse, even though some online activities like reading news or were tied to lower risk of suicide attempts, showing that not all internet news use is harmful. Now we are moving on to the causes of internet addiction, which is cultural and familial structures play a meaningful role in shaping internet addiction influences mental health outcomes. Young people who come across suicidal content online didn't have a strong support system at home. They are depending on the internet for searching and getting into conclusions for each of their problems they are facing, which is again leading to more problematic, unhealthy thought patterns and behaviors. Early exposure to the internet, especially without guidance or limits, seem to predict a higher risk of developing problematic behavior later. This highlights the importance of early intervention and digital education starting from childhood. Now we are gonna explore how being overly dependent on the internet uh, affects mental health, which leads to the internet offers many benefits such as connecting with others and accessing information. Too much time online can expose young people to harmful experiences like cyberbullying, unrealistic comparisons, and negative content, which can lead to feelings of loneliness, low self-worth, and despair. Many young people turn to the internet to cope with emotional pain, but rather than helping, excessive internet use often deepens feelings of isolation and hopelessness, creating a negative cycle that worsens unhealthy thoughts and behaviors. Now, the need for early intervention, and I'm gonna address the research gap, which is early exposure to the internet, especially without guidance or limit, may seem to predict a higher risk of developing problematic behaviors, highlights the importance of early intervention and digital education starting from childhood. The individual differences are not considering in any of these researchers, and longitudinal studies that track participants over time are needed to better understand how internet addiction evolves and how it specifically contributes to suicidality. Researchers focused on specific population, often from urban settings, which are not fully represents adolescents from rural settings who are coming from different backgrounds. So I'm concluding my presentation by saying that the findings across multiple studies suggest a consistent link between levels of internet use, especially when it becomes compulsive, and increased risk of suicidal thoughts, self-harm behaviors, and suicide attempts. Factors such as depression, loneliness, poor emotional regulation, and lack of social support often coexist with internet addiction, compounding the risk of severity of mental health challenges. It is important to recognize that internet addiction is not merely a behavioral issue, but a potential indicator of deeper emotional distress. The internet, while offering connectivity. Information can also serve as an escape from real world problems, making underlying struggles that need attention and care. While internet accesses is an integral part of adolescent life and offer many benefits, the findings from the review make it clear that unchecked or compulsive use can have serious mental health consequences. Recognizing internet addiction as a legitimate behavioral health issue and addressing its complex interaction with suicidality must become a priority for educators, clinicians, and policymakers alike. So these are the references uh, I have included. I have took for this study. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kartika Murali. And now I invite the editors for asking questions.
Thank you, Kartika Murli, for the amazing presentation. You have mentioned that cultural and familial structures play a meaningful role in internet addiction. Based on your findings, what specific family or cultural factors did you find out to be the most critical in preventing this addiction from turning into self-harm or societal groups?
Uh, in this scenario, we are becoming more smaller groups than we were before. And in after COVID-19, especially the children, the adolescents, the young adults who have a great energy is being into their houses only, which is again increasing their internet addiction. And most of the cultures, they are forced to be inside their houses or inside their educational institutions than being more socializing, and also it is increasing the internet addiction, and which is again leading to self-harming behaviors.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all from my side.
Thank you, Vishaka ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Kartika Murali, I have a question to you. That in your slide, you specified that cyberbullying is the reason for the suicidal attempt against among the adolescents. My question is, how does cyberbullying contribute to suicidal tendencies among adolescents according to your findings? And how we can recover those persons from the mental distortion?
It is not the only cause of suicidal ideation. There are multiple causes for suicidal ideation, which are comparing themselves with others, along with they are getting social comments and all about themselves, and these factors will be influencing or will be contributing to an inferiority in themselves and feeling of worthlessness, which is again contributing to suicidality or suicidal ideations. So we can give them more assurance or counselings, or giving them the giving them more education about how and social media or how internet is working. Internet is where everyone will be showing their perfect sides, which is not actually true. So we need to make the adolescents and young adults aware that the real world is not fully perfect, and it's okay to have flaws and all, which can increase their self-esteem and all, which will be reducing the effects of cyberbullying.
Okay, Ms. Kartika Murali, great appreciation for your presentation, and you select the state of art theme for your presentation. Okay. Next, I would like to call the next participant. Miss Asiba Ayub. Asiba?
Yes, ma'am. Let me just share my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, respected judges and everyone present here. My name is Ashiba Ayub, and I am a student of Yanapaya Deemed to be University, Bangalore. And today's presentation focuses on a narrative review titled Parenting Stress Among Parents of Children Raising Children with Autism Spectrum Disorder. This review examines a question that is often overlooked. It is not what ASD does to the child, but what raising a child with ASD does to the parent. Autism spectrum disorder is a lifelong neurodevelopmental disorder that is incurable, and it is marked by significant disturbances in social communication, interactions, as well as restricted repetitive patterns of behaviors. As the prevalence rises, more families are navigating through these challenges without adequate support. Hence, parents are consistently reporting of higher stress, psychological distress, as well as poorer mental health than parents of typically developing children or parents with children of other developmental disorders. The existing literature. So the research gap is that the existing literature is fragmented in nature, although it is growing. So it is mostly cross-section in nature. It's using small samples or homogeneous samples, and it's mostly focusing on predominantly mothers. Hence, the fathers, the minority, as well as the marginalized groups are underrepresented. Coming down to the three main objectives of my narrative review. That is, it helps in synthesizing what we currently know. And that is, how much stress do the parents experience? What drives the stress? As well as what is the impact on the parents' mental health? A systematic search was conducted across PubMed, Springer, Ovid, and Base using Boolean operators and mesh terms in PubMed. Studies published between 2015 and 2025 were included, focusing on parents who are raising children under 18 years with a confirmed ASD diagnosis, and 19 peer-reviewed studies who met the criteria from different countries across the globe. There are three major key findings according to my objectives. The first being the stress levels that the individuals experience. The major findings are extremely striking in nature. Across studies, we're noticing that 77 to 91% of the parents reported elevated levels of stress. In a recent Indian clinical case control study, 94.6% of the parents of ASD, raising children with ASD, exceeded the clinical threshold level in comparison to 8.1% of the typically developing children. This is not just higher stress, this is clinically significant levels of stress, and it is consistently exceeding what parents of typically developing children experience. Hence, this is a stress at a level that would require intervention. Parenting stress is influenced by three major factors, according to research. The first being the child-related factors, that is, greater symptom severity, behavioral problems, and the most important finding by Bushwell tells us that communication impairment is much more significant predictor of parental stress in comparison to any other predictors. Also, lower cognitive functioning has an important factor as well. On the other hand, the parental factors include lower self-efficacy of the parents, limited coping resources that they have, as well as vulnerability to depression. Mothers also experience role confinement as well as isolation in comparison to fathers. However, parents who believe that they're competent enough to deal and raise their children are reported to have lower levels of parental stress. On the other hand, we have social-cultural factors such as financial financial strain, stigma, as well as limited social support also contributing to parental stress. There is a lot of contradicting evidence that I need to state. First evidence is that ATOS tells us how lower income families are much more likely to experience parental stress. However, a study by NEGI tells us that upper economic status families are much more likely to experience greater ASD, stress due to ASD. The reason because of the reason to this could be because of the lack of resources and accessibility to care for ASD in lower economic situation. There's under reporting of the stats in the low economic categories, leading to this reporting by NEGI. Another significant finding is that several studies stated that the gender differences do affect parental mental stress. But a study by Bushwell tells us that the communication impairment is the major significant contributor to parental stress. Moving on to the impact. The combined impact is significant in nature. In one last study done in New Zealand tells us that 72% of the parents showed distress across high enough to suggest a potentially diagnosable mental health condition, with anxiety being the most reported, followed by depression and burnout. Crucially, it was parenting stress, not ASD severity, that is predicting parenting stress. It is also predicting mental health outcomes. Mothers are also reporting disproportionate burden. And in one of the most major studies and recent studies, biological markers such as the hair cortisol analysis tells us that stress, the parental stress that these parents experience, is not just psychological in nature, it is physiological as well. Moving on to the implications in the future directions. The findings highlight that the importance of integrating, while we're providing care for the children with ASD, it is also necessary for the parents and the clinics to make sure that the parents are screened for screened for the stress levels that they experience. Interventions can actually help in reducing the stress that they experience by improving their resilience, improving their self-efficacy, as well as improving their social support. Moving on to the conclusion. Although most of the studies were cross-sectional and focused predominantly on the mothers, they differed in identifying the factors that are contributing to the parenting stress. Even then, there's one common conclusion that we arrive at. That is, parenting stress is clinically significant and has profound consequences on the mental health of the parents. That is why interventions that are targeting the parent's stress directly is extremely important, not just focusing on the child's symptom. Just remember, a parent who is exhausted, isolated, and without adequate resources cannot be a caregiver that their child really needs. Addressing parental stress is not peripheral in nature. Rather, it is central to autism care. I would like to conclude that by supporting the parent, we will be able to support the child. Thank you. These are my references, and I'm open to feedback.
Thank you, Ms. Ashiba Ayub, for your presentation. Now I invite Dr. Manoj Kumar Sharma for asking questions. Sir, please.
Thank you, ma'am. And it's a wonderful effort, Asiba. May I ask, like, it's your PhD project work or you are in BSc right now?
I'm in bachelor's, so my honors program.
Because of your graduation only, you are doing a great efforts, and it's a wonderful topic as well. Now, if I see on the basis of your conclusion as well as your study, can you tell me, like, you tell me the problem and then give beautiful, wonderful data of that? Then how we can overcome that? What are the methods to treat these symptoms on the basis of medical parameters as well as patients and all?
All right. So there are a few interventions that I would find that would be really helpful. That is the respite care. Respite care is a type of intervention where we give some time for the parents to, calm down, be away from the children. Although this may be a very big stigma saying that, oh, how can a parent leave their children? No, this actually allows them to calm down, reduce the burnout. This is one of the interventions that are used across the globes to help the parents and to bounce back to support their child in a better way. There is also something called the relationship development intervention. Now, this is a intervention that allows to improve the relationship that is there between the parent and the child. Let's imagine that the child is experiencing so much difficulty communicating because ASD individuals with ASD are not able to communicate well. When we are able to build the bond better, make them closer, more intimate with their families, and help them realize that adjustment is a thing, learn to accept. Although it comes with great difficulty, this is an
What is the point,
intervention.
Asiba? Like adjustment along with like our lifestyle, social media, mobile phone, these also we have to take care. And good, it's a wonderful efforts. We wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ashiba. Ashiba, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How do you measure the parenting stress among the participants? Did you use any standardized scale for it?
Yes, ma'am. There were several scales that were used. And one of the major scales that I noticed was during my review is that the parental stress index, the short form version. So it helps us to assess the problematic behaviors of the child. So the parent ends up taking the test. It's a very short scale with 14 items, as far as I know. And the parental stress, how is the dysfunction between the parent and the child, the interactions that are there? So this actually helps us to answer a lot of different questions as to, also there are questions that ask, how is your relationship with your partner? Because of taking care of the child, the partners end up having difficulties. So all of the aspects, are covered within that particular test measure.
Okay, Shiba. Okay, great answer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I may call the next participant. The next participant, Ms. Nikita Jai Suresh.
Hello, everyone. I will be sharing my screen now. Just let me know if I am audible.
Yes, Nikita, you are audible.
Okay.
Please proceed.
You. And I am hoping you can see my screen. All right. So, good afternoon to esteemed members of the panel and fellow researchers. Now, think about the last time you walked into a hospital, opened an app, or looked at a billboard. Instantly, you were flooded with a silent, invisible language, color. For decades, we have treated color as a simple decorative choice, an afterthought of aesthetics. Today, I invite you to explore this scoping review, the influence of colors on emotions and mood. I'm Nikita Jaji Suresh, and it is an honor to present my findings to you today. This research speaks directly to the core of the missions of the conference today. By breaking down how human biology interact with environmental visuals, we aim to build a practical bridge. Our goal is to transform scientific color mapping theories into abstract terms to improving public mental health and overall sustainability. Why does color yield such a massive power over us? The answer is hardwired within our evolutionary survival mechanisms. When a light wave hit human eye, it completely bypasses the logical brain and targets the limbic system, which is the emotional engine of our brain. Now, the neuroimaging reveals that this response would fire within 80 to 120 milliseconds. Long before your conscious mind can even identify a color, your nervous system has already adapted to it. To map out this intricate landscape with scientific rigor, we've conducted systematic scoping review utilizing the RCO MELI framework and PRISMA guidelines. We even mined global academical databases, which includes PubMed, Scopus, and Google Scholar. After applying strict quality and control filters, we have come down to 18 high rigorous peer review studies. Now, for our literature matrix, we have uncovered powerful evolutions of thought. Wind and Oberfold established that color's emotional power isn't driven just by hue alone, but the level of brightness and saturation. And similarly, in applied spaces, Al-Aish proved that altering wall colors directly shifted students' heart rates and cognitive performances. The clinical data is even more striking. Jay Krishna demonstrated that targeted chromotherapy clinically minimizes pediatric surgical anxiety, while Shamina isolated pure blue light at exactly 450 nanometers as an effective non-invasive treatment for acute student stress. Finally, in the 2026 data and studies done, Professor Bonner synthesized of 72 studies concluding that light spectrum shades systematically triggers parasympathetic activation, which stabilizes physical health. And our finding for these allow us to divide these visual spectrums into two predictable biological tracks. The first one is the low wavelength spectrum, which includes the reds, the orange, and the yellows. Now, this tract is directly involved with the sympathetic nervous system stimulants, which promote rapid increase in heart rate and blood pressure. Red signifies urgency for split-second capture, while yellow boasts short-term alertness. Secondly, the short wave spectrum, which includes the blue, the cyans, and the green. This triggers the parasympathetic downregulation, which cools down the body or helps the body into recovery. It also lowers cortisol stress level, reduces eye strains, and restores cognitive performances. Now, for the discussion, this consolidated evidences established that the theory of dual process cognitive mode, proving that color processing is a permanent tug of war between evolutionary biology, and contextual override. A short wavelength universally suits us because yellows, blues, or greens historically signifies water or safety to our ancestors. However, context can completely reverse this behavior. While red enhances attraction in social setting, it can actively pair with failures in achievement or academical context, like a grading pen, instantly drawing a student's cognitive processing capacity. Now, furthermore, to account of the cultural relativism, a white screen, a white environment, or a white space may signify peace in Western culture, while triggers emotional distress in mourning in Eastern, or emotional distress or mourning in Eastern traditions. Now we're moving to the real world applications of these metrics. In healthcare settings, we can deploy 453 nanometer blue lights in pre-operative units to naturally lower patients' trauma without having an over-reliance in pharmaceuticals. In architecture, low saturation greens can actively protect corporate workers from chronic burnout. In digital world, a real-time AI can dynamically shift interfaces from harsh white from the screens to warm amber or sage tones so that when the user's frustration is detected. Moving forward to the next horizon of color research, I believe that it must be expanded to investigate in neurodivergent sensory boundaries such as ADHD or autism profiles, and similarly to evaluate longitudinal tracking within the resident systems, and to also incorporate different aspects as in our auditory or temperature around us, along with the theories and how it works with our nervous systems. In conclusion, color is a profound psychological necessity, not an aesthetic luxury. It shapes our physiology, mood, and performance every single day. Thank you to the panel and audience for your time. I'm open to discussion.
Okay, Ms. Nikita J. Suresh, thank you for your presentation. Now I invite Advocate Sakshi for asking questions. Ma'am, please.
Nikita, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me that what were your inclusion and exclusion criteria for selecting the final 18 studies?
Ma'am, so these are reviews that I have. This is a scoping review. So I have looked into many articles from the year of 2013 to 2026. Now, I have chosen articles which usually have a relationship between human emotions, colors, and mood and physiological aspect. And I've looked into peer-reviewed journals as well. And if there is any human participations or direct investigations of psychological effects on human beings. In terms of exclusion criteria, I didn't primarily focus on any other aspects other than mood or emotion. So there are various topics for it. And I haven't gone through any elaborate chapters, book, or non-review articles. And I also provide anything that does not probably focus more onto the neurological aspect. So I've given color perception, chromotherapy, and chromotrap from 2013 to now. So that's.
So I have another one more question, that you stated that long wavelength colors increases urgency, while short wavelength promote relaxation. So were these findings consistent across different age groups and cultures throughout your study?
Yeah. So it is generally consistent of all the 18th year studies that I've looked into. Most of them did signify a very strong evidence was the red color, the red color, which has a sense of urgencies. Now, emotional responses of colors would vary across culture, age groups, and individual responses. For example, like I mentioned, red is often associated to danger or urgency. But in many Western culture, it is a symbol of luck and prosperity. Like, for example, China, it is a symbol of luck and prosperity. Similarly, children's and adults and older individuals or older people may perceive and emotionally respond to colors differently due to their developmental or cognitive aspect. But other than that, the reviews usually conclude that most of these are consistent over time, and that was the observation I would come back with.
Okay, Nikita. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Miss Nikita, I have a question. Did any color produce both the positive and negative emotional responses among the different participants? Did you find it? The same color produced both the positive and negative influence or emotional responses.
Actually, it's like I mentioned in one of the studies, there are colors, same colors. The color alone is not the factor, but their brightness and their saturation. How bright a color is or how short. So for instance, a very blue color, like a red color, would mean urgency or like a sense of alertness. But at the same time, if you expose someone to a very dark shade of blue, or a darker shade of blue with the saturation, blue is usually signifies as very cool, soothing effect for us. So if you show a very bright color of blue or a bright saturation of blue, it tends to have a same effect on the individual. So I wouldn't say that both of the colors would signify it, because color alone does not signify it. Saturation and brightness along with it also signifies in a great range. So
okay, Sakshi. Okay, Nikita, for your presentation. Okay. I may invite the next participant, Mr. Prankur Avasti.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. My screen visible?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is identification of key regulators of metabolic and immune signaling in EBV-associated diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. DLB-cell diffuse large B-cell lymphoma is the most common non-Hodgkin lymphoma. Yes, and shows substantial genetic and clinical heterogeneity. Yeah, the CHOP remains the standard therapy with. Hello.
Yes, you are
Hello.
audible. You are audible. Proceed, sir.
Therapy with 5 to 70% cure rates. However, a significant proportion of patients relapse or develop resistance. EBV infects more than 90% of global adult population according to the WHO. Is associated with the several malignancies include also it's a DLBCL, diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. EBV positive diffuse large B-cell lymphoma is recognized as distinct and aggressive lymphoma subtype characterized by unfavorable prognosis and enhanced disease progression. Uh, According to the Globocan 2020 data, approximately 4,900 to 27,000 new cases of EBV positive DLBCL are estimated to occur annually, highlighting its clinical significance. EBV latent proteins such as IGNA1 latent membrane proteins promote oncogenesis by regulating cell proliferation, immune evasion, apoptosis, and metabolic reprogramming. So many groups are doing researches on the EBV as a DNA virus. Just like HPV, there are so many vaccines are now available, but for EBV, it's not any vaccines because of the genome size of EBV is very high, very big than the HPV. So it's a time to do research more on EBV. So I have chosen this topic for my research and for the validation of biomarkers in EBV positive DLBCL. This is my workflow. I chosen 3 data sets. That is the EBV transformed B cells and resting B cells. Because EBV infects B cells and EBV DLBCL patients with compared with the EBV negative DLBCL and DLBCL tissue samples with the healthy control samples. For further, we identified that 487 genes are which are differentially expressed across data sets, which are common. And further, we perform the gene ontology and KEGG pathway analysis for seeing that what are the pathways and the cellular paths in which they are expressing highly, and the protein interaction analysis and for cytoscape for the sort listing of the key genes in 12 centralities, in which we have applied the 12 centralities of cytohubba plugin and identified that the 5 genes are which are mostly present in the 50% of this centrality, that is 6 centralities. And further, we found that for the validation of the DGs, we have seen the expression values of the differentially expressed genes, and further we performed the gene mania and timer for the tumor immune landscape, and for the GCA for the GLCA for the gene set enrichment analysis through the R package cluster profiler package. For data mining, we applied the for from the NCBI Geo portal for gene expression omnibus. We have applied the keywords and identified the 3 major data sets. Our inclusion and exclusion criteria was that more than 5 samples and any no treatment for any drug treatment samples. Or further, we applied that performed the GO2R platform in which the package is inbuilt, in which we performed the t-test with the Benjamin Hatchworth false discovery rate corrections. We applied the shortlisting criteria for the log4 chain was 1 and the p-value was 0.05. We have identified this is the list of the identified genes which are differentially expressed, by applying these criteria. We applied the gene ontology and pathway analysis from enricher platform and for enricher platform, and further we have applied those 487 genes to the PPI network construction through a string database. String database consists of published data which are published data and other predicted ones. So it's combined both the published data as well as the predicted data to see the interaction between the proteins networks. Further, we have visualized these network in the cytoscape. Cytoscape is a tool in which we visualize the protein networks, interaction networks, and further shortlist the key genes. We have chosen all the 12 centralities, 12 centralities and radialities and stress betweenness, MCC, DMNC, MNC, cluster coefficient networks to see the what are the top 10 genes are present in the different centralities. There are 50% six topologies. We have identified the main key genes. Further, we have performed the gene mania to see the how these genes are co-expressed and what are the interaction between these genes, what percentage of interaction they are doing. And further, we have performed the immune landscape analysis through the timer database. Gene center enrichment analysis was performed, and the pathways which are significant, level 0.05 are chosen, and the values we have taken the normalized enrichment scores. The prediction further we perform the prediction for the drug candidate from the enricher database. These are the volcano plot of the data sets, which is showing that the genes are differentially expressed, and the log fold chain value we have chosen 1, -1 and +1, and we have identified 487 genes. These are the pathways, gene ontologies and KEC pathway. In KEC pathway, it is showing that the cytokine receptors and p53 signaling pathways are highly enriched, which is showing that these are mostly these are genes are related with the cancer pathways, because cytokine is related to the inflammatory pathways and the p53 is the tumor suppressor gene. Another these are the molecular function, which is showing that what are the main pathways they are in molecular way are doing. The MAP kinase pathway was highly enriched, and the protein serine threonine kinase activity was shown, and lysosome and endocytic skills pathways showing that, which is showing that the most of the in this cell context the cell is in stress phase due to the virus infection. This is the network of protein-protein interaction, and which is highly significant in the 10 to the power say -16 value. This is the centrality or all the 12 centralities. So we found that the four in which almost 6 centralities we have chosen 50%, and found that the most of the gene which is highly present, ICAM1, CXR4, FEN, and IRF4, PCAM1. These are the expression values of those genes, which is showing that they are significantly differentiating in all across the data sets. Further, we have seen the co-expression analysis, and we found that physical interaction was 77.64%, which is showing that these genes are directly interacting with each other. These are the function of those genes. There's IRF4 is the marker is as well. It is a marker for the DLB cell in the in aggressive DLB cell, but we don't know whether it is present in EBV context. So we have found that these are present, and other IC-XR4 is a for the lymphoma cell migration, and the ICM4 for addition molecule, and the PKM1 is for the cell addition molecule expressed in endothelial cell for blood vessel formation, the cancer properties angiogenesis. So another fin molecule is the proto-oncogene, which is responsible for B cell receptor mediated survival signaling. Further, we performed the immune landscape analysis. We found that the three genes are highly associated with the checkpoint inhibitors, that is ICAM1, FYN, and IRF4. These are highly significant and associated with the positively correlated with the all the checkpoint inhibitors, and the correlation was performed from the Spearman formula. Further, we performed the gene set enrichment analysis of the found three genes, and we found that we found that these pathways are associated with these genes, and which are common. The ubiquitin mediated pathway, branch end amino acid degradation, and oxidative phosphorylation citrate cycle, TCA cycle pathway, and other is apoptosis. These are mostly are associated with the cancer. So cancer progression, immune evasion. So in conclusion, overall the results of the present study offer a complete system level characterization of the molecular interaction between EBV infection and DLB cell. Identified key genes, regulatory network, and enriched pathway provide new insights into mechanism underlying EBV driven lymphomagenesis and may be used as a potential biomarker and therapeutic targets for diagnosis and prognosis and treatment of EBV associated DLB cell. Further, the experimental validation is required, that is in vitro in vivo studies. So we are doing next. These are references. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prankur Avasti, for your presentation. I kindly invite Dr. Manoj Kumar Sharma for asking questions. I think he's not available. I kindly invite Vishaga Babal for asking questions. Ma'am, please.
That's amazing presentation. I don't have any question. Best wishes for future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Kindly invite Advocate Sakshi for asking questions. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving the opportunity. So, Mr. Prankur, my question is that since your study relies primarily on the publicly available data set, so how do you address the concerns regarding the data quality, population diversity, and reproducibility?
These data may be reproducible because these are freely available. So anyone can use these database, and for there is a reproducibility, there is no question, and we have chosen the significant values. So log fold chain and the p value is less than 0.005. So these are significant results. So we can say that these are reliable. So anyone can perform this experiment.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Prankur.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prankur Avasti. Thank you, Advocate Sakshi. Next, I would like to invite Mrs. Pambamma for next presentation. Mrs. Pambamma. I think she is not available. Going to the next presenter, Dr. Mukund Kumar.
Good
Dr.
afternoon.
Mukund Kumar.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Uddipan Mandal, and today I am going to present our work on the topic experimental study on the effect of hydrogen enrichment in diesel and biodiesel fuel RCCI operation of a CI engine. So here is the presentation. Okay, wait. Give me a second. So let's get started. Here is the outline. So in this presentation, I will discuss the RCCI concept, experimental setup, methodology, and fuel properties. We will discuss about the result that we have obtained, and I will lastly conclude the presentation. So let's start with the RCCI approach. RCCI stands for Reactivity Control Compression Ignition. In this method, we use two different fuels. The first fuel is hydrogen, which is mixed with air before it enters the engine. The second fuel is diesel or biodiesel, which is injected directly into the cylinder. Because these fuels have different burning properties, combustion becomes smoother and more controlled. This helps to improve engine efficiency and reduce harmful emissions like smoke and nitrogen oxide, etc. So RCCI is a cleaner and more efficient way to run a diesel engine. So let's move on to the next page. Here is the experimental setup of the CRDI engine that we have used. Here the main part is the single cylinder CRDI diesel engine marked as number 1, as you can see. Marked as number 1, as you can see. So we can see in the diagram at the upper side there are two fuel tanks. The main fuel tank stores diesel and the secondary fuel tank stores biodiesel. The fuel is sent through a high pressure pump and common rail and then injected into engine by the liquid fuel injector. So those parts are connected with the common rail direct injection electronic control unit. Here you can see the control unit. Then in the lower side, hydrogen is supplied from the hydrogen cylinder passing through the flame arrestor and a gas flow meter. Then it is injected into the intake manifold using the gaseous fuel injector. These parts are connected with the gas electronic control unit. Here you can see the gas electronic control unit. This is the gas electronic control unit number 70. And here is the air box number 11. From air, fresh air enters through it and mixes with hydrogen before entering the engine. Here you can see the air mixes with the hydrogen and enters the engine. Then during combustion, the engine pressure and crank angle data is collected by the data acquisition system. And finally, the exhaust gas is passed through a calorimeter on emission analyzer and smoke meter to measure engine performance and emissions. Here is the analyzer and smoke meter number 23 and 24. You can see here from the here in the diagram. So let's get to the next page. Here is the experimental setup and strategy that we have used. Wait a minute. Here is the engine setup. The model we have used is Kirloskar AV1. Engine type is VCR diesel engine, and number of cylinder we have used is 1. And the bore or stroke is 80 per 110. Displacement is 553 cc. Compression ratio is 6.5:1. And rated power is 3.6 kilowatt with a RPM of 1500. Injection system is CRDI. As you can see, injector location is centrally mounted. Experimental. As for the experimental strategy, as per the experimental strategy, in the conventional mode, we have used pressure 300 bar and injection angle 200 degree BTDC. HRF injection in the RCCI mode is 200 degree BTDC. HRF injection pressure is 300 bar. Here are the other informations about RCCI mode, and then let's get to the next page. Here we will discuss about the methodology of our process. Okay, so the methodology is very simple. First, the engine was tested with normal diesel and biodiesel. Then the engine was operated in RCCI mode using hydrogen with diesel or biodiesel. For hydrogen level, we measured brake thermal efficiency, nitrogen oxide emissions, hydrocarbon emissions, and carbon monoxide emissions. As for the input parameters, the operating condition was 3.7 kilowatt with a RPM of 1500, and the injection angle of LRF was in 10 degree 80 DC, and HRF angle antennas was 220 degree BTDC. And the premix ratio that we have used for our reference was 15%, 30%, 45%, 60%, and 75%. As for the output parameters, we have calculated the performance parameters and emission parameters. So let's go to the next page, which will be our physical properties of the test fuels used for this study. As you can see, these are the data of the fuels we have used. So let's get to the next page. Here we will discuss the analysis of our study. So so the results are divided into two parts. The first part is performance analysis, in which we will discuss the brake thermal efficiency that we have gained, and the second part is emission analysis, where we will discuss the emissions of nitrogen oxide, carbon oxide, carbon monoxide, and hydrocarbons. So let's go to the brake thermal efficiency first. It is noted that the maximum BTD of 40.01% is observed for 60% premix ratio of diesel hydrogen strategy at 2.7 kilowatt, while 38.98% is observed with biodiesel and hydrogen strategy at the same load. Hydrogen induction during the intake stroke, suitable for creation of homogeneous mixture when ignited with pilot fuel, provides better quality of combustion. So as we know, the highest efficiency was obtained with the 60% hydrogen premix, as hydrogen burns faster and mixes well with air. Because of this, combustion becomes better. However, when hydrogen was increased to 75%, the efficiency dropped slightly. So 60% hydrogen gave the best engine performance. So let's go to the emission analysis. And here we will first discuss the nitrogen oxides emissions. Okay. So we can see in the graph, as the hydrogen share ratio is increased in the fuel, the nitrogen oxide emissions generally becomes lower. Here you can see from the graph that as we increase the hydrogen share from 0% to 75% continuously, the nitrogen oxide emission increases. So let's get to the hydrocarbon emissions. You can also see from the graph that the hydrogen share increases from 0 to 7%, 0 to 75% increase in the hydrogen share. Also decreases the hydrocarbon emissions. So as we can see that the hydrocarbon emissions decreases, it is better for our better. Wait, where was I? As we are increasing the hydrogen share of our fuel, the HC emissions becomes lower, which improves the fuel combustibility and resulting in lower emissions. With increasing pH ratios, the homogeneousness of the charge increases, resulting in improved combustion with less HC emissions. So let's get to the next emission, which is CO emission. So from the graph, we can see The increasing hydrogen share from 0 to 7% rapidly reduces the CO emission. It's also similar to hydrocarbon emissions. Okay, like you can read from here that the utilization of hydrogen in RCCI mode noticeably lessens the CO emissions for all test regimes. But with the increase in hydrogen share, it reduces dramatically. Okay, so this also because of the hydrogen burns more quickly than other fuels, which makes it possible for hydrocarbons to split into carbon particles and ultimately carbon dioxide. Okay,
Sir, kindly speed up your presentation.
okay, ma'am. Okay. Here now we will conclude our presentation. Now I would like to conclude it with this last slide. This study shows that adding hydrogen to diesel and biodiesel in RCCI mode improves engine performance. Engine performance. The best efficiency was achieved with 60% hydrogen premix. Hydrogen also reduced hydrocarbon and CO emissions. All the emissions improved further at 75% hydrogen. The engine performance was better at 60%. Therefore, 60% hydrogen premix is the most suitable operating condition for this study. Thank you. Here are the references that I have used. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Now invite Dr. Manoj Kumar Sharma for asking questions. Sir, please. I think he has some network issues. Now invite Advocate Sakshi for asking questions. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, ma'am. So my question is, among the emissions, the gases you have chosen, which showed the most sufficient reduction in an experiment?
Ma'am, can you please repeat?
Among the gases, among the bases you have chosen, the emission, which among of the gases showed the most significant reduction in your experiments?
Significant reduction. Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
It's hydrocarbon and CO emissions showed the significant reductions.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And how does RCI compare with conventional diesel engines in terms of fuel efficiency under real driving conditions?
Ma'am, you are asking about the fuel efficiency, right?
Sorry, you're not clear enough.
Ma'am, you are asking about the fuel efficiency, right?
Yes, RCCI compared with conventional diesel engines in terms of
ma'am.
fuel efficiency.
Yeah, wait, I'm answering you. Sorry, ma'am, I will trying to answer this question, ma'am. I'm not finding an answer.
Sorry, sir, you're not audible enough.
Sorry, ma'am, I'm facing network issue.
Okay. Should I repeat the question or?
Yes, ma'am. Please repeat once again.
My question is, with respect to RCC compared with conventional diesel engines in terms of fuel efficiency.
Okay, ma'am. How are you? Okay. So, ma'am, compared to a conventional diesel engine, our RCCI engine with hydrogen enrichment showed better fuel efficiency, but brake thermal efficiency increased because hydrogen burns faster and more completely in our study. In our study, the best efficiency was achieved around 60% hydrogen primitive. So the engine converted more of the fuel energy, which is the main part about the difference. Most of the fuel energy is converted into useful power while using less fuel. That's the main difference.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Udipan Mandel. And thank you, Advocate Sakshi. Next, I would like to call Mr. Suresh Babu Nara for your presentation. Mr. Suresh Babu Nara. I think he is not in the participants list. So I'm moving to the next participant, Mr. Prankur Avasti. Mr. Prankur Avasti. He's in the participant list. I think he has some network issue. So moving to the next participant, Miss Nandana K.
Everyone, I hope I'm audible and visible.
Yes, you are audible.
So, good afternoon. I am Nandana. I am from Yenapoya. I hope my screen is visible. Yes, it is visible. I'm Nandana from Yenapoya School of Allied Health Sciences from Mangalore, and my study title is Personality and Individual Differences as a Predictor of Procrastination. So, moving on to the abstract. Procrastination is the voluntary irrational delay of the intended action despite knowing it with all the negative consequences of it. For this paper, I systematically reviewed 10 studies published with
full screen, please.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah. So for this paper, I have reviewed 10 studies published between 2007 and 2026 that examine personality and individual differences as a predictor of procrastination, covering big five traits, dark triad traits, and emotional regulation factors. And while doing this review, I found out one construct was completely missing from the entire body of research, that is suggestibility, which we will be coming back to. So, introduction. Research on procrastination has mainly followed two traditions, one looking at the stable personality structures through big five traits, and other looking at the darker personality traits, along with emotional regulation capacity. So, across this literature, the individual differences has been actually studied are consciousness, neuroticism, extraversion, agreeability, openness, narcissism, matchiveness, psychopathy, trait emotional intelligence, and demographic factors, etc. So here also the missing piece in the study is suggestibility, which we will be discussing. So the method I have used for my search study is I use PubMed, PMC, and Scopus as my primary database, and Science Direct for Frontiers as my supplementary search tools to widen coverage. I also use reference snowballing, which means manually checking the reference list by key meta-analysis. I have used this technique as one of the studies by Steele in 2007. And because the included study varied so much in design, like meta-analysis is their cross-sectional study, editorial scopus review, I used narrative synthesis rather than the scientifically or systematically pooling. So I've used narrative synthesis for my study also. My search identified 73 records under the keywords. After removing the duplicates, 52 remained for the title and abstract screening. For those, 24 went for the full text screening, and 10 studies ultimately met all the criteria that I was looking for. Coming to the review of literature, here there are two studies that is significant enough to mention. One is this study that was done by Steele in 2007. This is the only study I have taken from such a long time, and it is a meta-analysis, one of the most cited in the field, found that consciousness is negatively related to procrastination, while neuroticism is positively related to it. And the most recent study by Meg and colleague in 2024 found that dark traits like narcissism, machiavellism, and psychopathy is a positive predictor of procrastination also. In the second part of the review, Barbosa and colleagues into the 2026 scoping review reframed that procrastination is a pathway that cuts across multiple psychiatric conditions rather than being tied to one specific disorders. And Lone and Mufari in 2026 found trait emotional intelligence partially becomes a mediating role between the relationship between big five traits and procrastination among medical students. So this leads to the conclusion of the study where 4 themes have been emerged. That is big five trait. Consciousness is a strong negative predictor, and neuroticism is a strong positive predictor, which was said in one of the reviews. And the second one is dark traits add experiential value beyond the big five personality traits towards procrastination. And thirdly, the emotional regulation, especially trait emotional intelligence, plays a mediating role, and procrastination is linked to negative effect and in some population, especially with people who are suicidal. And the fourth, demographic factors like gender, culture, socioeconomic status show only weak and inconsistent effect. So coming to the gap that I found in all the literatures I have read is suggestibility. So suggestibility is a component where people are suggestible to environment and self cues. So this hasn't been studied from the all literature. So this is a part I would like to take up for the future study, and this is a part of my dissertation thesis also. From this study, I have found a concrete evidence about the suggestibility and how personality factors is resulting in procrastination rather than just naming them as laziness or inability of a person to do a certain job. There can be many elements that is leading into their position consciously and unconsciously. So this is the conclusion, and the future scope is that we can do studies on suggestibility. We can understand the elements that is playing variable roles in the procrastination factors and come up with interventions for the same also with the help of the researchers. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nandana K. Now invite Vishaka Babal, Ms. Vishaka Babal for asking questions. Ma'am, please. I think she is now unavailable. Now I invite Dr. Manoj Kumar Sharma for asking questions. Dr. Manoj Kumar Sharma. Okay, he has some network issues. Now I invite Advocate Sakshi for asking questions. Ma'am, please.
So, Nandana, my first question is that your review includes the studies from 2007 to 2025. So, did you observe any shift in the predictors of procrastination following the increase in the use of digital learning or AI-based education after COVID-19 pandemic?
The only study that I've taken up from a long time ago is still that is a study that is like strictly studying procrastination and big five factors. All other studies are recent studies from 2020 to 2026. So most of them align together. So I didn't actually study the age, like only the one study was there. So I can't answer that question.
So, you cannot actually identify what is the base of what is the impact of AI integration.
I can tell from my side, but from the study, I'm not sure.
Okay,
So,
what is from your side?
I think AI and the change in the generation and the like things that have a profound impact on the procrastination factor also, because the external cues that are distracting that can be influencing us is more in this times rather than like it was back then. So there can be increase in procrastination rate and suggestibility influence because we are dealing at a time of social media, AI use and everything. And considering AI, the reason one thing I can mention why procrastination is can be increasing is because AI helps us to get things done. Hello?
Yes, please continue.
AI helps us to get things done in a very small amount of time without putting in the actual work we have to put in. So our mind can be coded in such a way that, even if we start late or if we don't put in the work, we will get the same results with AI. So that can also be a factor that is influencing procrastination.
Was there any personality trait that showed contradictory finding across different cultures or age groups in your study?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't get the.
Okay. My question is that were there any personality traits that showed contradictory findings across different cultures or age group in your study?
Yeah, yes. Personality factors such as conscientiousness, which is which is making decisions and being responsible, was seen higher in individuals that is above the age of later adulthood. So once the adulthood is completed, it was shown higher increasing rate, and then there was factors like openness to experiences that was shown a relatively higher rate in adult and adolescent. So these are the two components that were seen.
I guess there is a network issue from our side.
Thank you, Ms. Nandana. Thank you, Sakshi ma'am. Now I request every participants that keep camera on to take a photograph. Everyone, please on your camera to take a photograph.
Hello, am I audible right now? Am I audible right now?
Yes.
I think I have answered to the question that Sakshi ma'am asked. So there was a network issue. I don't know. Hello? Like, is there a
Yes.
question?
No, Nandana, thank you so much. There was network issue.
Ma'am, I have clicked the photos. You can proceed. Proceed, please.
Okay. Next, I would like to call the next participant, Ms. Safina Anwar. Ms. Safina Anwar.
Safina Anwar won't be presenting. She was supposed to present with me. It's a paper that we prepared together, so she won't be there. Sorry.
Okay. So moving to the next participant, Ms. Parvati Pradeep.
Yes, ma'am. I'll share right now.
Okay.
Ma'am, is it visible?
It's visible, ma'am.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, respected judges, delegate members, and fellow research scholars. I am Parvati Pradeep, research scholar from the Department of Chemistry, Amrita Vishwavidyapitham, Amritapuri, working under the guidance of Dr. Sarita A., Professor, Department of Chemistry, Amrita Vishwavidyapitham. So I'm here to present my topic, waste tire derived crumb rubber incorporated natural rubber latex form for oil water for sustainable oil spill remediation. So over here in my work, I have used crumb rubber to incorporate it into the natural rubber latex to produce natural rubber latex forms. So oil water separation is one of the major concerns. As we all know, oily wastewater from the industries and oil spills are a threat to the ecosystem, to the aquatic ecosystem. It has catastrophic effect on the aquatic system. It develops a thin layer which blocks oxygen flow to the marine organism. It directly affects the ecosystem, human health and environment, which leads to oil pollution and water pollution. So we need a solution to this problem. How can this oil be separated from water? Hence, we know that there are conventional materials such as the skimming, and then we can add chemical dispersants and in situ burning processes to eliminate this oil from water. However, it is not so efficient and it is high. It is of high cost. Hence, we have an alternative, that is sorbent materials. So why sorbent materials? Because sorbent materials have high absorption capacity, they are reusable, they are lightweight, they are cost effective, they are due to their elasticity and low density and chemical stable nature. So in my work, I have used natural rubber latex forms. So why natural rubber latex forms? Because it is abundant in nature. It is easily available in the rubber tree and it has excellent resilience. It is a low cost material. It is waterproof, that is hydrophobic in nature. It is a biorenewable polymer and reusable. So the chemical structure of the natural rubber latex is shown below. That is, the structure is cis-1,4-butadiene. So in my work, I have incorporated crumb rubber as filler to the natural rubber latex. This is because natural rubber latex form as such is having low mechanical strength and durability. So in order to improve the mechanical strength for oil water separation application, we add fillers, and one such filler is crumb rubber. So why I have chosen crumb rubber is because we know that there is a millions of waste tires that are generated annually. So we get this crumb rubber from the waste tires. So crumb rubber offers waste valorization, circular economy, excellent elasticity, chemical resistance, improved mechanical properties, and low cost. So the research gap is that natural rubber latex and natural rubber latex based materials have been widely used in gloves, tubing, sheets, and elastic components. They have been used in foams and sponges for cleaning, cushioning, and packaging applications. And they have been used in industries for seals, vibration dampers, conveyor belts. and environmental applications have just been explored, such as for use as oil sorbents, adsorbents, and water treatment. However, there are limitations there is limited studies on NR foam filled with crumb rubber for oil water separation. There is lack of systematic investigation on the particle size and loading effects of crumb rubber, and there is insufficient information on the reusability, durability, and separation efficiency under real life conditions. Hence, the objective of my work is to develop crumb rubber incorporated natural rubber latex form. And it is displayed in the image as shown in the right side of the slide. So I have prepared 5 different compositions of foam samples, that is controlled, that is with zero amount of crumb rubber. And in the second case, I have prepared 5 CR NRLF, that is, I have incorporated 5 PHR. In case of rubber, we express it in a unit called PHR. So I have incorporated 5 PHR of crumb rubber into natural rubber latex form, and then 10, 15, 20. So I have prepared 5 different compositions of CR NRLF. And this was done to improve the oil absorption efficiency, enhance the hydrophobicity, increase the mechanical stability, promote sustainable waste tire utilization, and develop reusable oil solvents. So as you can see the image at the right side, this is the best. In my case, the best performing sample was 10 CR NRLF. So over here in the picture as shown below, we can see that it is effectively repelling water at the same time absorbing oil. So it has been a system which is hydrophobic and super oleophilic in nature. So that was what I needed, and I have obtained it from using crumb rubber as the filler. Now coming to the fabrication of natural rubber latex form. So firstly, we take the natural rubber latex, then it undergoes a process called compounding, where the natural rubber latex is added with potassium olate as a soap, sulfur as a vulcanizing agent. Then we have 2 chemicals, ZEC and ZMBT, that are used as additives used for the curing and vulcanization of the rubber. And then we have Bingstiel, which is used as a stabilizer. And once the compounded latex is mixed with these chemicals, we allow it for foaming. So since there is a presence of sulfur, the foaming of the natural rubber latex takes place, and then we obtain the liquid natural rubber latex form. To this liquid natural rubber latex form, we add zinc oxide, sodium silicofluoride, and stabilizers in order to gel this liquid natural rubber latex form to obtain the solid natural rubber latex form. And once the solid natural rubber latex form is obtained, we keep it for vulcanization at 100 degrees Celsius for 90 minutes. And then the obtained product is washed and dried, and what we obtain is the final natural rubber latex form. So this natural rubber latex form can be prepared in various shapes depending on the mold that you're using. So the natural rubber latex can be poured into various molds such as Petri dish or beakers to obtain the required kind of natural rubber latex form for various applications. So this is the natural rubber latex form that I have prepared. Then coming to the characterization technique. So basically we have performed 6 characterization techniques, that is FTI, spectroscopy, SEM, mechanical analysis, wettability study, oil absorption studies, and oil water separation studies. So coming to the results and discussion. So in my case, I have used the ATIR spectroscopy to find out the chemical structure and chemical interaction between the filler and the foam. So in my case, I have used crumb rubber as a filler, and it is clearly observed from the FTI spectra that the interaction between the rubber, that is the crumb rubber, and natural rubber latex is predominantly physical. That can be observed from the peak that is observed at 3,442 centimeter inverse, which represents that the interaction between the crumb rubber and the natural rubber latex is predominantly hydrogen bonding. And we can see that all the other peaks have been preserved. That shows that there are no chemical interactions, but the interaction is purely physical in nature, which has the hydrogen bonding predominant interaction. Then coming to the scanning electron microscopy. From the scanning electron microscopy, we can see the surface morphology. That is, in the first case, in A and B, it is the surface morphology images of the crumb rubber at 500 micrometer and 50 micrometer. And then C, D, E, F, G represents the surface morphology of the natural rubber latex form with 0 crumb rubber. In the case of D, we can see a tiny little particles of crumb rubber on the surface of the foam, and then as the loading increases, we can see more amount of crumb rubber residing on the surface of the natural rubber latex form, which indicates the reinforcing ability of the crumb rubber on the natural rubber latex form. And in the case of G, we can see a slight agglomeration has taken place. This is because the amount of crumb rubber has increased to 20 pHr, and hence it is not able to completely reinforce as in the case of previous loaded samples, and hence there is a slight agglomeration seen in the higher loading sample. Then coming to the mechanical analysis, so we already said that the drawback of the controlled natural rubber latex form is its mechanical property. So we can see that as the crumb rubber is increased, we can see an improvement in the natural in the tensile strength of the natural rubber latex form, which again confirms the good mechanical property as the loading increases. However, as the loading increases above 10 CR, there's a slight decrease observed. This is because of the agglomeration of the crumb rubber in the natural rubber latex matrix. Then coming to the oil absorption studies. So I have used 4 different types of oils and organic solvents, that is petrol, diesel, and organic solvents are toluene and sea sulfur. So these are some of the common oils or solvents that are being released into the marine body, and hence we have performed using petrol, diesel, toluene, and sea sulfur. So we can see the oil absorption capacity of the natural rubber latex form. So in the case of petrol, diesel, toluene, sea sulfur, we have plotted a graph where we can see that as the loading of the crumb rubber increases, the oil absorption capacity is increasing. And this is another proof that from the control sample on addition of crumb rubber, we are getting a good oil absorption capacity. That is, this oil absorption capacity is measuring gram per gram. That is, per gram of the sample can absorb this much gram of oil. So we can see that from the control sample, there is a improved increase. We can see an improved result in the oil absorption capacity, again proving that crumb rubber can be used as a good material for oil absorption. Then coming to the oil water separation studies. So from the oil water separation studies, in my case, the best sample, that is optimum sample, that was 10 CR NRLF, and hence I have used 10 CR NRLF in this photograph for depicting the oil water separation by this form sample. So we can see we have used 1:5 ratio of petrol is to water, and the 10 CR NRLF sample is able to absorb the complete oil that is present in the oil water mixture. And we can see in the last beaker, the foam has absorbed the complete oil. And we can see the change in the structure of the foam after oil absorption. That is, the foam that was small, after being absorbed by oil, it has expanded, and that can be clearly visible in the image shown on the right side. So coming to the conclusion, in my work, I have added crumb rubber, which has been incorporated into natural rubber latex to achieve hydrophobic and super oleophilic property. Among this, the 10 CR NRLF gave the optimum performance, that is the highest oil absorption and mechanical strength. Modified form absorbed oil within 15 to 30 seconds, repelling water effectively. And the optimized 10 CR NRLF sample showed a water contact of 123 degree, which is hydrophobic in nature, and a solvent absorption of 5.89 to 15.15 gram per gram. And it was stable up to 10 continuous absorption cycle. That means it was reusable up to 10 cycles, which is again a good result. And it is best suited for oil spills, cleanup, and industrial wastewater treatment. So from the conclusion, we can say that this work has used the tire waste recycling method. It has reduced the landfill burden. It is a sustainable material, eco-friendly oil spill cleanup, and it approaches the circular economy and low carbon footprint. Now coming to the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parvati Pradeep, for your presentation. It is an amazing one. Now I invite the editors for asking questions. Vishakha ma'am.
Parvati ma'am, you have highlighted that reusability and elasticity are critical to making the solution cost effective. And have you tested the fatigue limit of the material? And I am interested to know how many reuse cycles it can realistically endure before its structural integrity and oil retention efficiency start to degrade.
Yeah, ma'am, we have used this sample for 10 cycles. Like after 10 cycles, we can see a deformation, and it was also observed from the SEM images. So since after 10 cycles, there is a deformation. So we have just stopped it with 10 cycles, but it was able to be used up to 10 cycles.
It was a fantastic, fabulous presentation. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
I invite Dr. Manoj Kumar Sharma for asking questions. Next, I'm moving to the next editorial board member, Advocate Sakshi. Ma'am, please ask the questions.
So, Ms. Parvati, my only question to you is that what, according to you, are the biggest challenges in scaling this particular technology from laboratories, labs experiment to large-scale oil spill response operations?
Ma'am, the main difficulty over here is in the gelling of the natural rubber latex form. Since it is in lab scale, we are able to monitor it and then make it. But when it comes to large scale, that is one of the difficult challenges. At the same time, higher loading. Like usually, a lower loading is better because when we come to large scale, again, it is as the loading increases, again, we are wasting a lot of material, right? So if we can optimize that lower loading, in my case, I was able to optimize at 10 PHR. But however, if I could reduce it below 10 PHR, it would be a bit more beneficial to the environment. And in sustainable aspect, it was beneficial.
Okay, thank you. That's it from my side.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Next, I'm moving to our last participant, Mr. Sharath Bhaskar Dige. Mr. Sharath Bhaskar Dige. I think he is not in the participants list shown here. Some of the participants are failed to present from the beginning of the presentation, beginning of this conference. Anyone is present here, you can now present your research work here.
Khushi, can you present?
Sir, your good name, please.
I'm Dr. Manoj, ma'am. I'm asking my student Khushi to present from APJ. She has not presented yet. Khushi?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hello.
Hello.
Khushi, kindly share your screen.
Yeah, ma'am. One second, ma'am.
Khushi, switch on the camera.
Yeah, sir. 1 minute. सर स्क्रीन शेयर हो रही है?
Kindly share your PPT.
Ms. Tushi, kindly share your PPT.
हमें स्क्रीन शेयर हो रही है?
No, currently we cannot see your screens, Khushi.
Yes, Kushik, it is
Yeah,
visible.
it's visible now.
Yes, yes, yes.
सर पीपीटी शो हो रही है?
आपकी पीपीटी शो हो रही है, आप इसको फुल स्क्रीन पे कर दीजिए खुशी।
Give your introduction and start. Khushi.
Sir, myself Kushi from VP Satya University in Gurgaon. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Introduction. Artificial intelligence and nanotechnology are transforming modern pharmaceutical science by improving targeting drug delivery systems. These technologies increase drug efficiency, reduce toxicity, and support personalized treatment. What is the artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence is the stimulation of human intelligence by machines. Uses drug discovery, drug design, predict disease, clinical decision support, personalized medicine. What is nanotechnology? Nanotechnology deals with materials ranging from 1 to 100 nanometer. Application is drug delivery, diagnostic, cancer therapy, vaccine delivery. Why smart drug delivery? Problems in conventional drugs: poor bioavailability, high dose, side effects, frequent administration, non-specific targeting. Smart drug delivery system. Smart drug delivery system release drugs at the right time, right place, right dose. Benefits is control releases, better patient compliance, reduced toxicity. Role of AI. AI in drug delivery. Drug target prediction, formulation optimization, dose prediction, clinical trial analysis, and patient monitoring. Nanocarries. Types of nanocarries: nanoparticles, liposomes, dendrites, polymeric nanocarries, and solid lipid nanoparticles. AI plus nanotechnology. Integration: AI helps in design nanocarries, predict drug release, improve targeting, reduce development cost. Application. Application is cancer therapy, diabetes, neurological disorder, cardiovascular disease, infectious disease. Advantage. Advantage is high drug stability, better bioavailability, reduced toxicity, target drug delivery, personal medicine. Challenges is high cost, regulatory issues, long-term safety, clinical validation, and manufacturing complexity. Future scope. Future 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 prospective: AI powered personalized medicine, smart nanorobots, precision healthcare, digital health integration, next generation drug delivery. Conclusion: artificial intelligence and nanotechnology are revolutionizing targeted drug delivery by making treatments safer, faster, and more effective. These technologies have the potential to transform future pharmaceutical research and precision medicine. Reference is WHO, World Health Organization, National Institute of Health, NIH, Nature Nanotechnology, International Journal of Pharmaceutics, Journal of Control Release. Thank you.
Thank you, Khushi, for your presentation. I kindly invite the editorial board members for the review.
Khushi, like you tell me the applications of AI in pharmaceuticals sciences?
What, sir?
Application of AI in pharmacy.
Sir, AI. What is AI of?
Yes, tell me about that. AI. What is AI?
Sir, AI is artificial intelligence.
Okay, Kushi, being a diploma student. Okay, great efforts. All
Thank you, sir.
Okay, my main recommendation from an editorial perspective is on the overall direction. While this foundational review is solid, the field of smart drug delivery is highly saturated. I strongly suggest that your research shift focus towards finding something entirely new. You may already be exploring this behind the scenes, but my recommendation is to really look to rediscover or break new ground rather than just documenting the established types. I wish you very best with your work.
Khushi, I have a question that how do you see AI and nanotechnology working together to improve targeted drug delivery in real clinical settings?
Yeah, yes.
Khushi, are you there?
Kushi, are you here?
ma'am, maybe some network issue is facing.
Okay, it's okay.
Okay, then I guess, ma'am, we should move ahead with the next presentation, I guess.
Okay, Khushi. I think she has some network issues. I hope none are left for the presentation. If so, please intimate. So this is the end of our presentation session. It is announcing that kindly all the presenters should be there as we will announce the award. After taking feedback from the editorial board members. So here is some announcement for you. The selected purpose from this conference will be recommended for publication based on originality, quality, relevance, and reviewer evaluation. Publication opportunities include peer-reviewed journals, edited books with ISBN, Web of Science indexed journals, Scopus indexed journals. Certificates and award announcements will be communicated to participants through registered email ID. Award announcement will be communicated now, and your certificates will be communicated through your registered email ID or any other official communication channels within 1 week. So we have now I am inviting our editorial board members for the feedback. I kindly inviting our chief patron, Sneha Khadse, for some words. Sneha ma'am, please deliver some words.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for invitation. Actually, I was really busy today. So first of all, as we conclude today's conference, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of our presenters, editorial boards, members, and participants, even our coordinators for making this event success. A special thanks to Vishaka, Dr. Vishaka, Advocate Sakshi, Manoj Kumar sir, Dr. Poonam, and Dr. Anita ma'am, and all of our editorial board members for their valuable support and presence throughout the conference. Your active participation and contributions have made this event truly memorable and meaningful. So thank you all once again for joining us. We look forward to meeting you again in our future conference as well. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you, Sajita ma'am. Just invite to our editorial board member for their feedback. So over to you now.
Thank you, Sneha ma'am. And now I invite Ms. Vishakha Babel. She is from the in India conference. She is with us. So thank you, ma'am, for your support, and it is greatly appreciable. Kindly deliver some words.
Yeah, sure. Greetings, everyone. As we come to the close of this highly productive session, it is an honor to share a few concluding thoughts on behalf of the editorial desk. First, I want to congratulate all the presenters for their hard work and dedication. We have seen some incredibly vital environmental and medical research highlighted today, ranging from practical solution. As a member of the editorial board, it is incredibly encouraging to see such passionate minds tackling these global challenges. To all our researchers and presenters, my heartfelt suggestion to you as you continue your academic journey is to always push past the horizon. The field we discussed today, whether it is material science or nano carriers, are growing rapidly. Don't be afraid to step away from well-trodden path to find something entirely new. Challenge yourselves to rediscover, to re-innovate, and to break fresh ground that will truly redefine your respective field. You have the foundation, you build the future. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee for pushing together such a seamless and impactful event. Thank you to my fellow board members and participants for your engaging insights. Best wishes to everyone for your future research endeavors and career milestones. Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity. I'm really very grateful. Thank you, Sneha ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your inspiring words. And now I invite Advocate Sakshi ma'am for some words.
So good evening again. Good evening, everyone. So it is a privilege to stand over here and be a member of the editorial board member at the closing ceremony of this medical conference. Over the conference, over the presentations, I had witnessed innovative research, meaningful discussions, and valuable exchange of ideas. These conversations reminded me that research is not merely about publishing papers, and it should be about creating knowledge that improves healthcare and transforms lives. To all the researchers, especially as our young scholars, I encourage you to continue questioning, exploring, and collaborating. Let you work and be guided by the scientific integrity and innovations and a commitment to serve the society. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee, fellow editor, board members, speakers, reviewers, and all the participants for making this conference a great success. As we conclude, let us carry forward the knowledge, connection, and inspiration gained here at the conference and work together to build a healthier and brighter future. Thank you for your enthusiastic participation. I wish you all continued success, safe travels, and hope you meet again in future conferences.
Thank you, Advocate Sakshi, for your enlightening words. Now I am inviting Dr. Manoj Kumar Sharma. Sir, please deliver some words.
First of all, I want to thank you, ma'am. Definitely, it's your efforts to bring us all at the same platform, and even on like Sunday holiday, like we are here. And definitely, it's a great efforts from all the researcher to present works, to present their topics, interest and insight. And coming to the efforts put on by the editorial team members, it's a like motivating for researcher, motivating for us, motivating for next generations to catch their dreams, to fulfill their aspirations. And with these words, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for inspiring words. Now we have reached the concluding segment of today's conference. Awards will be presented under the following categories. Best Paper Presentation Award as first prize, second prize, and third prize. Now it is time to announce the awards. So here, based on our editorial board and review members, the first prize goes to the Best Paper Presentation Award goes to Miss Ilham. Congratulations, Miss Ilham.
Congratulations.
And second prize goes to Miss Parvati Pradeep. Miss Parvati Pradeep. Congratulations, Miss Parvati Pradeep.
Everything should congratulate her or him whenever announced their name.
And third prize is shared by two research persons, Miss Kartika Murali and Mr. Prankur Avasti. Congratulations, both of you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now it's time for vote of thanks. I invite Dr. Sneha Khadse for a vote of thanks.
Ma'am, you should continue. Sajita ma'am. Conclude the session. You can conclude the session.
I'm not audible.
I'm saying that you can conclude the session.
It's a vote of thanks. Okay. Yes. Okay. As we conclude the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Innovations in Science, Technology, Management and Sustainability, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all dignitaries, advisory board members, technical experts, reviewers, presenters, participants, and organizing members for their valuable presence and active participation. Your contributions have made this conference a meaningful and successful academic gathering. We hope this platform has encouraged innovation, interdisciplinary collaboration, sustainable thinking, and future research partnership. Thank you once again for your support and participation. Wishing everyone continued academic success and a wonderful day ahead. Thank you all.